Today is Monday, January 29th, 2024. The time is now 5:27. Thank you so much to everyone who's been joining us in person in Contois Auditorium and those that are joining us online for the Burlington City Council meeting. We're going to begin our evening with item 1.1, which is a motion to adopt the agenda. And I believe there is a slight change to the agenda. If someone would be willing to read that motion. Anybody willing to read that motion? Okay.
I would move to amend and adopt the agenda as follows, noting the removal of item 2.
Great. That was easy, right? Thank you so much. Is there a second to that motion? Thank you. Seconded by Councilor Doherty. Is there any discussion of the motion to amend or adopt the agenda? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to amend amend the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes. And I'll just note that we have Councilor Travers, Councilor Grant, and I did see Councilor McGee, but I think maybe oh yes, Councilor McGee is back. So we have 3 councilors that are joining us by Zoom this evening. That moves us to the next item. The second item on our agenda has been removed, as we just noted. And we do have a work session on Cambrian Rise that's scheduled for 6 p.m. In the interim, we will go and move those items that we can address prior to public forum. We'll go back to item number 4, which is the public forum, later at 6 p.m. And at this point, we can go to item number 5, which are climate emergency reports. Is there any counselor or the administration that wishes to offer a climate emergency report? I do not see anyone. So we will close out item number 5 and move on to item number 6, which is the public health and safety emergency reports. Is there any counselor or the administration that wishes to offer a public health and safety emergency report? We'll go to Councilor Doherty, and then I see you, Councilor Grant, will come to you next.
Thanks so much, President Paul. President Paul, I just wanted to note for the public interest and to just draw attention to item 7. Well, I don't know which item number it is, but it's in the consent agenda, and it is a letter attached to an email from Amy Mellencamp, who is the chair of the library, the Fletcher Free Library Commission, drawing the City Council's attention to a violent incident that took place recently at the library, and asking the council to direct its attention toward the library and specifically public safety issues related to the library. I wanted to call everyone's attention to that because I think it's so vital. From my perspective as both a former English major and a parent who has relied for years and years on Fletcher Free Library, I really believe that a healthy public library is just such a core part of our civic mission, and the fact that our public safety issues are negatively impacting that mission, I think, is really, really key for all of us to pay critical attention to and work with the library to do whatever we can to mitigate that situation.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Doherty. We're going to go to Councilor Grant, and then we'll come back to Councilor Carpenter. Councilor Grant, please go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you to Councilor Doherty. That was also on my list. It is item 7.11. I just also want to extend my thanks to the people at the Fletcher Free Library who continue to work very hard to make that space a welcoming and safe place for the community to be. And they have, a part of their jobs have now become to be engaged in community safety in a way that they might not have imagined before. I'd also like to draw people's attention to, in the consent agenda, item 7.10, a letter from Kevin Walters, and his experience in policing, and some comments about how complaints are processed in terms of police oversight. I thought that it was an interesting letter. I agreed with a lot of it based on my experience as a police commissioner, and I think the public would find that interesting. The other two things I wanted to mention was that the Public Safety Committee meeting that occurred on the, what was it, the 24th. This was an extremely interesting meeting. It came in just under 3 hours, so I know everyone might not have time to watch it all at once, but we heard very full reports from Chiefs LaChance and Murad. It took a lot, it had a lot of information that kind of took a look at what happened in 2023. A lot of data, a lot of challenges, a lot of things that we need to continue to work on. Extremely informative. So when people say that they're not sure what's going on, they're not sure what the needs are, this meeting is very, very informative. And once again, that is the Public Safety Committee meeting that occurred on the 24th. On the 25th, I was happy to attend the Ward 8 NPA, and I did a segment on public safety. And I think that is also a good watch. Talked about what we're seeing, addressed some issues around misinformation around the drug crisis. Also talked in detail about what police can and cannot do for us, and how we as community members play a role in our own safety, what we need to be doing in order to help our officers. There are simply certain types of crime that aren't really preventative. Officers come in afterwards, maybe to try and find stuff that's been stolen, find a car that's been stolen. There are things that people in the community actively need to do to protect our stuff. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Councilor Grant. We'll go to Councilor Carpenter.
Thanks. I just want to follow up on Councilor Doherty and Grant's pointing to the library letter, and respectfully ask, without having done a resolution, maybe that the Public Safety Committee could look at it, and as we put together our budgets for this next year, just give that some consideration.
Thank you so much, Councilor Carpenter. We'll go to the mayor, Mayor Weinberger.
Thank you, President Paul. I just wanted to further update the public and the council on the extension of the motel program. This is, and I think this is, directly related to the issues just being discussed at the library, as that letter from Commissioner Mellencamp notes. One of the things that put heightened pressure on the library over the last year and the rest of the downtown was the partial closing of the motel program last June that put 800 people statewide out on the street at a time when we have no excess shelter capacity and a vacancy rate of less than 1%. The AHS has made a plan to do that again this April with another 500 to 600 folks that are expected still to be living in the motels on April 1st. We have been opposing that, and I've shared with the council a letter that we sent to the legislature on this. We've also, Sarah Russell, our Special Assistant on Homelessness, has given testimony on this, and I'm happy to say the full House did vote to extend the motel program through June on Friday of last week. So this now moves over to the Senate, and hopefully there'll be a strong vote there as well. We are concerned that this is potentially a measure that's subject to a veto, so it's important that there be a strong vote. And I want to just remind folks who haven't seen in our letter, by extending this is not just this is a measure that is also resolving this, winding down this pandemic program through the way Burlington has proposed, and that the coordinated entry system is successfully housing 20 to 25 households a month. The final 56 households that are expected still to be in the hotels in Chittenden County in April would be housed by June if we, by the end of June, if we continue to make that progress. So, and I will point out that we actually project that there'll be less money spent doing that than if some kind of new emergency shelter was tried to set up to house some percentage of this. We do think new emergency shelters are needed because of the broader unsheltered challenge that we're facing right now, but we shouldn't be making a new population unsheltered through throwing them out of the hotels in April. Thanks, President Paul.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Someone has their hand up. Councilor McGee, is that you? You have your hand up? Yes? If you wanted to, did you want to speak to this agenda item, Councilor McGee?
Yes, please.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, President Paul. I'm doing my best to get down to be in person with you all without missing too much of the agenda. So I'll be driving down after this. I just wanted to note quickly that Councilor Grant and I stopped at T-Rugs last week to check in with the owner and the staff after the troubling incident that happened there last Monday. And we had a good conversation, and just gratitude to the law enforcement professionals that were involved in that incident and managing the situation and bringing it to resolution with minimal injury. Thanks to the quick action of staff and patrons in the bar at the time, most of the folks were able to get out, save for a couple of folks who also were pretty heroic in bringing about resolution to the conflict. So I just wanted to make that quick note, and I'm just grateful that community showed up in that moment and folks took care of each other. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Councilor Zhang.
Thank you, President Paul. And the City Council did pass a resolution about public safety. I believe it was a joint committee. And that resolution had a component of creating 2 public forums about public safety. I think they already took place, right? And they were also very well attended. I was not able to attend, but those who attended are asking questions about now what is next from there. And highlighting the distinction between doing these forums and actually no action to follow it. Is it best use of our time? And also to think about when these type of things happen again and we want to do it right. From my perspective, it is to identify people in the community who deeply care so that they can create a task force or ad hoc committee, because this conversation should continue. It should not be just we do 2 and we're done. I think the public safety is a concern for many people, and allowing the voters to dictate or to participate in solving this problem would be beneficial for each and every single one of us. But this is also a question for those who brought that resolution, for the administration that put those events together. What is next from there? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Zhang. I'm happy to speak to it. We try with these public safety and climate emergency reports as well not to get too into a back and forth, but the idea behind the community forums was to educate the community so that we were all, so to speak, on the same page. We all understood what the challenges were. We had speakers come in and talk about what their challenges are, and also to educate the public on what they're able to do and what they're not able to do. And I think that we fulfilled that and fulfilled that well. And personally, my appreciation to the administration, particularly the Chief of Staff, Jordan Riddell, for putting those, for a large part of the work in putting those community forums together. The other part of the idea with the community forums was to create an opportunity for residents to come forward with ideas. suggestions, sort of modeled on after what we had seen, the success that we have seen with the fire department in the emergency response team that they have put forward. That came as a bottom-up approach from officers who, from firefighters who came to the chief, and here we have that program that is so far showing lots of indications that it is a successful program. That was the idea, and was to allow residents an opportunity to bring forward ideas, either something that they'd heard somewhere in the country or just a new idea, something that we haven't tried. That was the idea, was to really invigorate the public to come forward with some new ideas, and those ideas would be taken and then funneled by the administration into the appropriate department. That is the work that I think the committee feels has yet to be done. And I know that Councilor Grant is working on a third community forum. I don't want to take that description away from her. I'll let her speak, as she's next in the queue to speak on the public health and safety updates. So, Councilor Grant, I'll go to you now.
Thank you. With regards to that, I just wanted to make sure that in addition to making sure that all the questions that had submitted had gotten some type of response. So there were questions that were submitted in advance for the first two. And then also really to have a way for people to talk about what they're experiencing, in addition to hearing from Burlington business employees and employees of the city of Burlington. Similar to the what was just expressed in the letter from Fletcher Library. I would also say that it's important to do a deeper dive in harm reduction, because I feel that it's still not fully understood in the community how essential that part is. We cannot get to the other side of this drug crisis without adequately increasing the resources on that end to get more people into recovery. So hopefully more information will be coming on that, just trying to tie down a location, and hopefully that will be tied down this week. I want to go back to T. Ruggs and just say the people who were there really worked together to get people out safely. And there were two people who were in there, because one was in the bathroom and one was having to deal with this individual, and just took their opportunity to grab a stool and whack, and then that allowed our law enforcement to come in and put it into the situation. But it was just really amazing to see people, someone who saw their moment, took it, and everything was able to be resolved safely, because it could have been a much worse incident. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Grant. Seeing no others in the queue, we'll close that item and go on to the end of our agenda. We'll cover the consent agenda and deliberative after public forum. And that would move us to item number 9, which is committee reports. Are there councilors who wish to offer a committee report? Councilor Bergman.
Thanks. I thought we might have had a tax abatement recommendation to deal with today, but we do not. We will be having that, at least some of them, I believe, on the 12th. We're still working through some of the logistics on that. So look forward at our next meeting. Hopefully that meeting won't be too packed, because like it or not, there's a quasi-judicial hearing that the entire council sits as the board at, and we hope that you will follow the recommendation when we get it, but it's a full board and hearing, so it's ours to deal with. So we need to have enough time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other committee chairs who wish to offer a committee report? Councilor Hightower.
The CDNR committee, I just got back into my city council email, so I'm just finding out, but the CDNR committee is meeting tomorrow to discuss both updates on business and workforce development, advisory, youth appointments to the advisory board, and the shelter and transitional housing programs.
Great. Thank you very much, Councilor Hightower. Any other committee reports? The Public Safety Committee, as Councilor Grant mentioned, did meet on the 24th of January, and we did come up with a date in February. I don't have it in front of me. I don't know, Councilor Doherty or Councilor Grant, do either of you have it on, right on your screen when the next Public Safety Committee meeting is? I believe it's in mid-February. I just don't remember the date.
I do not, President Paul. I do remember that we did not schedule it for Valentine's Day. That's the closest I can get for you.
Okay, so it is definitely not. We don't know when it is, we just know that it is not on Valentine's Day. I believe it was that week, but I think it might be the 16th. I can't remember. We'll have another meeting between now and the Public Safety Committee meeting. We will definitely get that date correct.
I want to say the 15th, but we will have to get that correct, because the 16th is a Friday, and we never do meetings on the Friday.
Okay, fair enough. It is on the 16th, or on the 15th. That will move us on to,
Excuse me, President Paul.
yes.
Sorry, I was
Sure.
in transit, so
No
I
problem, Councilor
couldn't raise
McGee.
my hand. The Parks, Arts, and Culture Committee met last week. We had a full presentation on various elements of the waterfront and heard from the departments that interact with wastewater, or drinking water, the frame. We got a presentation from the harbor master and our deputy harbor master, so it was very informative, a full overview of the waterfront that I don't feel like I have received in my time on the council, and it's unfortunate that it is coming so close to the end of my time on the council, but if anybody is feeling like they don't have a full understanding of the city's role in managing the waterfront, I encourage folks to take some time to watch that presentation. It was very informative. And pardon me, I'm out of breath. That is all. We did also receive an update on the planning for the solar eclipse on April 8th. It is sure to be probably the biggest event that the city has seen in some time, if not ever. And it is just really encouraging to see how that is coming together, to see how many city departments are working together to ensure that that is safe and also educational and entertaining for not just Burlingtonians, but all of the folks that we're expecting to come visit us.
Great, thank you so much. If there's no others, we will move on to the next item, which is item number 10, City Council General City Affairs. Are there any councilors who wish to discuss general city affairs? Councilor Jang.
Thank you, President. I wanted to pay attention for the community and also the City Council that a relatively new organization created in 2020, the Vermont New American Advisory Council, did provide its final report to the city with recommendations about understanding gun violence affecting New American youth and also supporting their families. It is a comprehensive report with 6 specific recommendations that we feel that the City Council will benefit from through a presentation. But just agenda been full lately, but we hope that anytime soon it will come for a full update. 2, that same organization also, in collaboration with CCTV, Councilor Bergman, the clerk's office, did also had an information session about ranked choice voting. What is it? What does it mean? Non-citizen voting. Those are new voting procedures in the city of Burlington that we thought it would be imperative for each and every single one of us to understand what is it and how does it work. I think In addition to that, Councillor Bergman and I have scheduled some door knocking throughout the city, especially around Franklin Square, Riverside Avenue, Bob and Mill, and many other places, in order to let people know that if you live here legally, you can vote, and this is a way to do it. I just want to say thank you to the city, thank you to the voters for allowing both of those to pass. Thank you, President.
Great, thank you so much. And that presentation will be on, I believe will be on the 12th of February at our next council meeting. Is there any other Councilor McGee?
Thank you, President Paul. In keeping with the elections theme, I just wanted to make a point, and I'll follow up over email, but I have heard from folks in my ward, folks that require accommodations at the polling locations. And with redistricting, some polling locations may see voters that previously went to another polling location, and while ward clerks at the previous location might be aware of those accommodations, that might be an additional step that will need to be taken to ensure that all of our polling locations are ready to meet those needs. And so along those same lines, just making sure folks know that they might live in a ward different and might be voting in a different place than usual. I know that's a little bit less of an issue now with so many folks returning ballots by mail, but it will still be a cause for confusion on election day. So I want to make sure that folks are getting that information.
Great, thank you so much, Councilor McGee. Councilor Grant, do you have your hand up for this item, or did you not take it down?
I have my hand up for,
Sure.
Since we're talking about voting, something came up in a conversation that I was having this weekend with people asking if Burlington's ever had election observers. There is, as we talked about, there were issues out in wards 4 and 7 with the NPA, and one of the individuals serves as an election official. And so there've been concerns about that person serving in that capacity and past behaviors. So I guess I'm throwing it out there as a question as to if we've ever done that. And if not, is there a way to do it? Is it something that we have to elicit volunteers to do? So I'm not sure who would get back to me about that, but I said I would ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. I'm sure someone in the clerk treasurer's office will get back to you with an answer on that. That'll move us to item number 11, which is Council President updates. Just wanted to remind everyone that as part of our new approach to legislative priorities, we will have an opportunity to discuss our priorities, get an update on the progress that we're making in Montpelier with our legislative team on February 12th. So there'll be a work session, most probably from 5 to 6 p.m., and it's just another, and there will be another opportunity to meet with our team after. There were 6 of us who did go to Montpelier and meet with our legislators in person. It was great. It was a great opportunity. We'll do that again before the end of the term, but the legislative team will be with us again in person for a work session in March. We do have a couple of minutes before 6 o'clock. That would bring us to the last item on our agenda, and then we'll go back to item number 3. So item number 12, you rarely get the opportunity to speak during prime time, but Mayor Weinberger, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Paul. I did just want to say a couple of remarks about one item before the council meets again. If plans come together as expected, the Great Street, Main Street project will be in construction, and this will be the start of a long construction process. It will be over 3 calendar years that this work will take place. The initial work is going to be focused on the rebuilding of the ravine sewer, which is a multi-million-dollar intervention that should allow for substantial new investment in the heart of the downtown, and then this project will continue on and rebuild the 3 blocks of Main Street from Winooski to Pine. And this is really a transformational project for Main Street. It's one that we've been working towards for basically an entire decade. The benefits will include not only the opportunity for substantial new investment by the private sector in housing and in businesses. There will also be a complete rebuilding of all the public infrastructure for these 3 blocks. And as we rebuild it, we'll have major new amenities that are not on Main Street currently, whether those are protected bike lanes, tree wells, so that we can have healthy street trees on Main Street once again, like as we historically, as you can see in those old historic photos, but which we haven't really seen in many years. And there will be much wider sidewalks for various public activities as well. It will also be a greener downtown on the other side of this, not just with those additional leaves and gardens, but that we will be doing a better job of protecting Lake Champlain once the stormwater infrastructure and rain gardens that are part of this plan are built. So this work is getting started. It's going to be a reality in the downtown for some time. There will, of course, be construction disruptions. There's no way to rebuild all Main Street without having some impact. A number of things are being done. I think it's important for everyone to understand to minimize those impacts. First of all, the construction is being focused in the less busy times of the year to the greatest degree possible. There will also not be construction on weekends, so that the downtown, when we see the most people in the downtown on weekends, it's not competing with that construction activity. There is also care being put to ensure that there's pedestrian access to all the businesses along Main Street throughout the construction period. There's also going to be a lot of information and work available for on the city website, the Great Streets website, as well as the Park Burlington website, about temporary parking facilities that are set up and available to the public to replace on-street parking that's lost during construction, and other information about detours and other important information for the public to know during this period. So it's exciting. There will be some impacts to this. When we get through this, at the end, it will be a transformed and better Main Street. And I'm very grateful to the huge team of city staff that has been involved with this, as well as our various partners that is finally making this a reality. Thank you, President Paul.
Thank you so much, Mayor Weinberger. Well, the time is now 6 p.m., so we're on a roll. We're keeping to our schedule. We will close out the last item on our agenda and return back to item 3.1, which is the work session regarding Cambrian Rise. For this item, we have with us CETO Director Brian Pine, Assistant Director for Community Works Samantha Dunn, and the owner and developer of Cambrian Rise is with us this evening, Eric Farrell. Thank you all for being here. If you want to come forward. I'm hoping that you can provide the City Council and the community with a presentation on the amendment that you proposed in the first 10 to 15 minutes or so. Then that will give us about a half an hour for questions and comments from the council, but also because this is a work session, it'll also give us time for the public to ask us any questions, whether they're joining us in person or joining us online. So with that, I'll leave the presentation to the three of you.
Thank you very much. I'm Brian Pine, the Director of the Community and Economic Development Office for the city.
Samantha Dunn, Assistant Director at CETO.
Eric Farrell. Thanks for some time tonight to spend a little time trying to give a context and to frame the request that's before you tonight. The property that is today referred to as Cambrian Rise for, 100 years or so, was also called the St. Joseph's Orphanage and has a very troubled past. And Eric, when he took on the project, told the community that he was hoping to bring something that would add value and bring some restorative goodwill to the community, and set out to both develop housing and provide important public access to natural area, to the bike path, to community gardens. And so the city endeavored to create a development agreement that would essentially have the city ending up with ownership and control in perpetuity of about a third of the property, really, when you come down to it. The trail to the community garden, and the eventually the Kieslick House, which is also called Redstone House. But so this was 8 years ago, almost just about 2 weeks ago, was the 8-year mark from when the development agreement was first entered into between the city, the Vermont Land Trust, and Farrell Real Estate. The full rehabilitation of the orphanage took place as, I think, the very first phase of the project, and it was followed by Champlain Housing Trust and Cathedral Square, building altogether just over 140 units of permanently affordable housing. And Eric has continued to proceed with the remaining private sector homes, or the private market rate homes. About 12 acres of the land is conserved in perpetuity, providing the access to both the bike path and community gardens. And what we're here tonight, though, is really to focus on is the portion of this development agreement which limited and put a cap on the number of housing units. At the time, I think it's fair to say that the cap was viewed as something which would both provide a need for new housing, but ensure that maybe the scale was perhaps less than could have been built there. And it was really, I think, somewhat of a compromise, if you will, at the time. Not 8 years ago, we didn't face nearly the housing crisis that we have faced for the last several years, certainly exacerbated by the pandemic. And that cap was actually increased in 2018 or 2019? 2020, to from 750 to 950. And today, tonight, the main request is really just to have that cap go away as a city-imposed cap through the development agreement, and have Eric, as the owner and developer, get the approvals needed through the comprehensive development ordinance and the development review process to govern how many units based on their review and their determination of appropriateness, and then they issue a permit based on that. So Eric's going to talk more about it. Samantha and I are here to answer questions from the city, any members of the public, but we want to give Eric a chance to run through the overview that he has.
Thank you. You going to show a picture, pretty picture?
I need someone to enable screen sharing.
I think it's Catherine.
Catherine.
We need to be able to share a screen.
So while they're doing that, I can tell you that the original cap was 770. We increased it to 950, 180 units, and we did it largely by eliminating commercial uses. And it was very specific in our first amendment to the development agreement that implemented that we didn't add any buildings, and which we didn't. We got blanket approval for, at the time it was 14 buildings. Some of those buildings have been consolidated together. So the important thing that happened is by eliminating commercial uses and increasing residential by 180 units, it actually had a slight decrease in the overall traffic impact. And I think you will find the same that will happen this time when we go from 950 to, we want the cap removed, but I can guess that we'll probably add around 100 units. And we're going to do that in part by, we currently have approvals for a 64-room hotel. We're going to eliminate, we have general office space of around 13,500 square feet. We're going to reduce that by probably 7,000 or 8,000 square feet. So and we have a high turnover sit-down restaurant that we're going to reduce the size of from 5,000 to probably 3,500. So that, I don't have precise numbers, but I think it's fair to say that the net impact of the reduction of non-residential uses and the addition of 100 or so homes will probably have about a zero impact on the overall traffic. It's pretty well known that residential is less of a traffic generator than most commercial uses, and that seemed to have been a topic of discussion over the years, you know, what are the traffic impacts. So apart from that, it's interesting to note that the underlying zoning doesn't limit density. The amount of development we can do at Cambrian Rise is controlled by what they call floor area ratio. We've got about 21 acres of developable land. So in theory, we could build about 1.8 million square feet. We're hovering around 1.2 million. We'll never get anywhere near the maximum amount of development that theoretically could occur under the current ordinance. So in that rendered site plan that you're looking at, that's what's permitted today. It represents about the same number, well, it does represent the same number of buildings and locations of the buildings that were approved back in 2017. And so we don't, that footprint or that basic mix of buildings and circulation isn't going to change. And yeah, there probably isn't much else to say about that. On the aerial, so this is an aerial view from the northeast, looking across the site at Lake Champlain. That's what it will theoretically look like when it's done, and that's probably, if all goes well, 5 years from now. There's another shot from the southeast, looking across the site, and you can see Liberty House fronting prominently on North Avenue, the building south of it. And then across Cambrian Way is Cathedral Square. West of Cathedral Square is Laurentide, Champlain Housing Trust. West of that is a 117-unit building being developed by SD Ireland, scheduled to open this fall. And across from Laurentide is a building that 134 units that we're building, apartments, market rate apartments, that will open in June. So that'll bring us to about 567 units overall, and we've got something less than, say, somewhere around 500 to go, depending on what our final count is. So what we're asking is that you eliminate the cap, and we will still be required to go through the full and complete permitting process for any changes to any of the buildings. And I'm happy to answer questions.
Great, thanks. Thank you again. So are there questions? We'll go to questions from the council, and then if there are members of the community who wish to ask questions, now would be that time. Going to the council, are there any councilors who have questions? Councilor Bergman.
Sure. Thanks for the presentation, Eric and Brian. Okay, so 100 more units, approximately. No additional buildings?
No additional buildings?
Height, what are you projecting? I know you're going to go through the permitting process, but I want to hear what your intentions are.
Well, the unbuilt buildings are already approved to the maximum height allowed. There's only a couple of locations where these additional units would go, and I can show you on the map if you want to see that.
Sure.
At the, yeah, huh? The height limit is it's about 65, 70 feet. So the building in the northwest corner, Q, I think, I can't read it, but Q, yeah. So under the current, our current cap of 950, there'd be about 50 or 60 units in that building, and so the additional 100 will end up in that building.
And, excuse me, so you're going to do this by reducing size of units? Is that the way?
The building the footprint of that building will change slightly, and I think it's already approved at 6 stories, so it can't get any taller.
Okay.
Originally, when we went to 950, largely that was as a result of small unit sizes. That's mostly in apartments, but we're now moving into home ownership construction, so the average size of home ownership units is a little bit larger than the apartments we've been building.
Okay, so you're not looking to just make a lot more by smaller units? That's not? Okay. Is there an increase in the number of inclusionary units? And this may be for Brian as a result of the increase of 100 units. What will that be? Is that 15 or 25?
The required percentage is something that, right now, this is a vestige of an old zoning designation. So this is neighborhood activity zone waterfront. And waterfront zoning districts by ordinance have a 25% inclusionary requirement. Right now, the rental inclusionary has been met and then some because of the CHT and the Cathedral Square properties. We'll have to be working, we're going to be working closely, have been working closely on a plan for how to meet the going forward requirement. But yeah, that would be.
Do I understand, though, that there'll be an increase in IZ units?
There'll be a
And
net
approximately
increase in
25, somewhere, the requirement's around 25 for this zoning district. So then, okay. That's good. And just to confirm, you said that you're going to be eliminating the hotel and office space. And the last question I have relates to parking. Any changes in the space that's dedicated for parking?
No, and I think we'll probably maintain the same ratio of parking that we're currently, permitted for, accommodating the additional units.
And you've got transportation demand management features as part of that. And how are they doing in relationship to?
Well, that's above my pay grade, but I think we're minding the store,
Okay.
So, yeah.
Would love to hear more about that, or get somebody who's at the pay grade. But thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Councilor Bergman. Are there any other councilors? Councilor Shannon.
Thank you, President Paul, and thank you for the presentation. Just a quick question, which is, what is the ratio of home ownership to rental housing, both currently built and to be built?
So of the 500, when the 2 buildings that are under construction nearing completion are done, out of 567 units, there'll be 39 home ownership. There's 1 home ownership in Liberty House, and there'll be 38 in the building that Ireland is building. So not a lot, it's been mostly rental. So when you want to know when we're done, I think there'll be CHT. I just signed an agreement with CHT to build 70 units, 30 of which will be home ownership. 30, 36, 38. I think there'll be around 450 home ownership units at Cambrian Rise. Let me do that again, make sure. 160, 1, 36, 38. Yeah, about 450 out of, say, 1,050. So pretty good ratio of home ownership.
Thank you very much, Councilor Shannon. If there are no other, Councilor Carpenter.
Thanks. I've been following this and working with Eric a lot, but this is somewhat more for the public. And actually, on that same question with homeownership, and you certainly don't have to share this, but if you've gotten any editorial comments on the difficulty of developing those homeownership units, because it's a question we get asked a lot about why aren't there more homeownership units in these large multi?
Well, I mean, in today's climate, it's hard to build anything because costs are significantly higher than they were a couple of years ago, and the low interest rates used to make up the difference. Well, they don't make up the difference anymore. And so the other challenge is that it's notwithstanding what I just said about costs, it's been fair, banks have been fairly willing and eager to finance apartment rentals because because our vacancy is almost zero, and if you build them, they'll fill up. So from a risk perspective, it's easy to underwrite for a lending institution. Homeownership is entirely different operation. So when you want to build a multifamily building that's homeownership, usually when you call a bank and ask them if they would like to talk about that, the next thing you hear is click when they hang up on you. So yeah, it's very difficult to finance homeownership units in this market. So.
Thanks. I am aware of that, but I just want everyone else to be aware of it because it's a challenge we got to think about. Two other things. If you could give an update on the path to the waterfront and how's that going? In addition, just to remind folks that part of that will be a memorial, a healing garden for the Voices of St. Joseph's Orphanage, that the council took some of our discretionary money and put into funding it as well as the city, so that would be a useful update. And then the other question, just a little more detail on what you will end up with in terms of commercial space there, or what you think you will.
So in the path, you were there, we had a meeting with folks who are sponsoring that. But the redevelopment of Keeslick Park has been, we spent about 18 months with Public Works working out the detailed plans of that. It's like 95% done. I think in this second amendment, I've committed to having the path built by the end of this year. And that would include, I assume that would include the memorial, assuming they're ready to go. So we hope I expect by the end of, probably late fall, that the Keeslick Park improvements will be completed.
And the path is actually a city obligation, even though you get to pay for it, right?
Well, the city got a donation to pay for the path, which covered, it ended up covering about less than 50% of the costs. So I entered into a memorandum of agreement with Parks about 3 years ago, saying, okay, you contribute the money that you have, and then we'll pay the difference. And so we're going to absorb it, recognizing that even though it's public property, it's going to be a huge amenity for Cambrian Rise as well, and the people that live there. And what was your last question?
Just what you do think you'll have for commercial space there, and I guess any non-residential amenities for the occupants.
Well, at the corner of Cambrian Way and North Avenue, across from Cathedral Square, on the corner of that building, we've got a storefront space, about 3,500 square feet, which we're holding for cafe, grab-and-go food, coffee shop, small, cafe-style restaurant, because we think that would be a great amenity for the people that live at Cambrian. I have my office space there. I think there'll be some service businesses. We'll have space for some service businesses. There's a couple of locations in Ireland's building. There's one in the small space in the building across the way. I'm planning a co-working space of about 4,000 square feet right in the middle of the project as part of the Aurora condos when we build them. So, we'll have a lot of service. It'll be largely a residential neighborhood, but there will be some service uses and that will be amenities for the people that live there, for sure.
Thank you so much, Councilor Carpenter. Councilor McGee.
Thank you, President Paul, and thank you to the three of you for the presentation this evening. Eric, I appreciated your willingness to engage early on in this process and address some of the concerns that I raised, which will ultimately be addressed by the permitting process for these additional units. I raised concerns about wastewater and increased demand on our public safety services with the fire department and the police department. And so look forward to those questions being answered further down the road here. But I just, in this moment, wanted to ask for you to reiterate what the total number of units that CHT will develop under the new agreement that you signed with them and what the mix is there.
Well, Cathedral Square developed 70 units of affordable senior housing. CHT did 76 units of affordable family housing, rentals, both rentals. And the building that CHT will be building probably a year from now is going to be 30 units of affordable IZ homeownership units and 40 additional rental IZ units.
Thanks so much, Councilor McGee. If there are no other questions, if there is any member of the public.
I'm sorry, my apologies,
you know what?
I wasn't quick on the,
That's quite all right. We have the screen. We don't have everyone showing up on the screen because we have a screen share.
sure.
So my apologies if I missed you. Go ahead.
no worries. Thank you for all the information. I'm just curious, is there like a kind of updated one sheet the council could have on the buildings that are already up or in process of being built with the breakdown that you just discussed? I took notes, but I would love to see a one sheet with that information with regards to the mixture of home ownership, what will be coming online with the percentage of home ownership, and then the numbers that you just discussed with Cathedral Square and CHT.
Absolutely, we can create that.
Thank you, appreciate it.
And I'll
That's
pass
it.
it on to the council.
Great. Thank you. Yes, thank you. That would be great. If there's no other counselors in the queue, we'll go to any community members. If there are community members that are joining us on Zoom, or if you're joining us in person and you have a question, this is the more informal aspect of the council meeting. During a work session, you can just raise your hand and come forward and ask the question. Solveig, if you just want to have a seat at the table and just state your name for the record, and then we'll go to your question.
To face with you because I really wouldn't have recognized you. But the question that I had is, early on in the development, there was when Burlington Telecom was actually owned by the city, there was a lot of excitement about the co-working space and combined with the housing, so the 20-somethings could sort of live in an affordable housing and have shared public spaces and a co-working space. And I'm wondering, I know you mentioned something about that, of a co-working space, but what happened to that? Because there was quite a bit of enthusiasm about it, and then it just sort of, BTV Ignite just sort of has sort of gone dormant. And so I don't know, maybe it's happening, and I just haven't heard anything about it. That was very well received by young people that are in the after college 20-somethings thing. So it would be great to hear what might be happening.
She might be referring to, there's 3-4 years ago that we were approached by a group that wanted to purchase one of the pad sites and do exactly that. And we worked with them for a couple of years, and then they just vaporized. They wanted to do like a smaller version of Hula. So, I'm not in that business, but we do see a need for it. And in the apartments that we build, we create a lot of amenity spaces so people can get out of their units but work in the building, but not particularly in their unit. But we're going to build 4,000 square feet that would be available to folks at Cambrian, and it might be a membership arrangement like Hula, where so that people can work from home without actually being in their apartment or their condominium. So, but that's a couple of years out.
Great, thank you so much. I don't see anyone using, Great. Corinne, if you wanted to just come forward and just state your name for the record and then your question.
So Cambrian is different than your agreement that you have with CHT. It's not recognized as affordable housing, correct?
I don't understand that question.
Cambrian Rise, it's different than your agreement you have with CHT. It's not recognized as affordable housing?
Well, CHT built a building in Cambrian Rise that is affordable housing that satisfies part of my inclusionary requirement.
Okay, and also, is it recognized as marketed as a luxury, due to the location and bit close to the water and all that? Are you guys marketing it as a luxury apartment at all?
We haven't built anything that we've called luxury apartments. No, we haven't done that yet.
Okay, that's all, Madam President.
Great, thank you so much. And that's Karen Sita for the record. I do see one person who has their hand raised online. We'll go to that person, and then if there's anyone else joining us in Contois, you're welcome to come forward. I did see your hand raised. Sharon, if you'd like to speak now, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much, President Paul.
Sure.
Usually I have lots of concerns about development, but I just have to say, this is Sharon Busher. I live in Ward 1. And when Eric first started this project, he invited every city councilor to see what he was doing, and I took advantage of that. And I have been incredibly supportive of all of this. I'm very happy about the 12 acres of public land that was part of the deal. But I think that this is an appropriate site to add housing. I like the fact that there's going to be more home ownership. I wanted just to ask Eric, in the house, in the mother house, in the original structure, where some of the units were very small, but there were so many amenities where people could get out of their unit. There were places, at the top floor, they could look out onto the lake. Are the new buildings going to incorporate some of those amenities? I know they're not living space, you're not going to recoup rent, but will they have some of those features? In the basement, I remember it like yesterday, Eric, the bike wash, the dog wash. I was so impressed because I thought that you had covered all of the needs that I could think of for most people, not every need, but it was just wonderful public space, great varying size units, not always affordable, but you are dealing with that in another way. But I just wondered, in the new buildings, that aren't home ownership, will these new rental units have some of those amenities?
So the short answer is yes, not only the new rentals, but also the homeownership units. We've made an effort to focus a lot of energy on common spaces in a building, because I've told many people, residents who live there, that you may rent an apartment from us, but we consider the entire building your home. So we have club rooms, and we even have a pool table in one of the buildings. The building that's going to open in June has 2 verandas, one at the northwest corner, one at the southwest corner. We have a club room in that building. We have pet washes, bike racks, storage. So we kind of go overboard on amenities in our buildings, and we will continue to do that as we build out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
And I just wanted to also say that, like Councilor Grant, I'm hoping that the fact sheet that you present to the council will be in the public record, because I was trying to write down all the information you were sharing, and I couldn't keep up. But it was important info and something that I can refer back to. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sharon. I don't see anyone else who has any questions, and actually this is questions also of Cito, if you want to join Eric at the table. If there are no others, then we'll close out this item. We will be making a motion on the agreement, under the deliberative agenda, but we need to do public forum first. So there, as I say, there is an action item that will be taken right after we finish with the neighborhood code and public forum. In the meantime, our thanks to Brian, to Samantha for your time, and Eric for your time and commitment to this amazing project, and thanks so much for taking the time to be with us tonight. We really appreciate it. We are now at 6:32, and public forum is not until 7 p.m. So what I've asked of the city attorney is whether or not there are some items that we can do the overview of an agenda item on the deliberative, but not do the vote or any action item. And the one that is probably easiest, since most of these are resolutions without a presentation, would be the issue of the annual city meeting, the increase in public safety tax rate for fire and police purposes. We will leave this item and go to public forum should we run over at 7 o'clock. But the administration does have a presentation. Mayor Weinberger, if you wanted to tee this off, or CAO Shad, however you'd like to do that, and then we'll continue with the presentation. Thanks for your flexibility.
Great, thank you, President Paul. I'll just have a couple remarks to start, and then I will turn it over to CAO Shad, who will show to the full public basically the PowerPoint that we discussed at the work session last week, although we have had an important addition to that in response to basically the discussion last week and questions that we've received since from counselors, including some back and forth as recently as today. Here's where we are with this. Tonight is the last night that the council can act to put an item on the town meeting day ballot. Catherine and I, the administration is recommending a number of steps be taken between now and the end of June with respect to next year's budget, which will be passed in June as usual, and it will be a new council and a new mayor that are making those decisions. But sitting where we are now in January, we know that we have a substantial budget gap, which is not unusual for this time of year. This is a bit larger than we have dealt with in some years, but it is typical that we have some kind of gap that we are working to fill at this time of year. We are projecting a $9 million gap, and we have laid out, and we'll go through in this presentation, a whole number of steps that we think should be taken to close this by the time the budget is passed in June. One of those steps must happen tonight, however, if it is going to happen in time for next year's budget year. It either has to happen tonight or in a special election after March. Special elections can be done and have been done for various items. It is an interesting thing in this post-COVID world. Special elections are substantially more costly than they used to be, given the way we now run all of our elections with mail ballots. So what used to be, we used to think of it as kind of about a $50,000 special election cost. It's now, more than a couple $100,000 to, I believe, to convene a special election, and there are other costs and disruptions to it as well, and you have many less people who vote in special elections. So it is our recommendation that we put on the town meeting day ballot, in addition to these other steps, a 3-cent public police and fire tax increase. This would amount to about a 4% increase in the municipal tax bill. This is a reminder that the municipal tax bill at this point is just under 35% of the total tax bill that you receive from the city. 65% of that is the city collecting money to be sent to the state for the state education fund. So this would be a 4% increase on just that smaller that 35% of the total bill is what we are asking the council to act on tonight, and that would be before voters on town meeting day. Just before this meeting, the Board of Finance met again about this. We've met a number of times about this over months, and the Board of Finance voted 3-1 to recommend that the council take this action and put this on the ballot. I think with that, I will probably jump back in to interject or help answer questions, but I will turn the microphone over to our CAO.
Thank you, Mayor. As the mayor mentioned, some of you have heard this presentation before, but we want to make sure we get out as much information to as many people as possible. So a little context on this budget. There have been, change that slide a little too fast. There have been numerous changing budget pressures since the last time we had a voter-approved tax increase, which was several years ago in FY20. There have been increased costs across the general fund. And for the first few years of COVID, we had emergency and one-time funds available, and we used those funds to balance the budget. Those funds are now decreasing, and that's why we're coming to you. We are projecting a significant gap in FY25 if no action is taken. And so this presentation lays out our plan and recommendation to close that gap. First, we'll start with some of the challenges that we have overcome. We created a new public health service during the pandemic. We are one of the cities that does not have a public health department, but we are proud of the services that we provided during COVID and continue to provide. One of the post-pandemic realities is sustained increased inflation, and although we're starting to see that drop off now, it's important to remind ourselves that since we had a tax increase, we have faced more than 17% increase in inflation, and that affects all of our costs, especially staffing. We've been busy rebuilding our police officer ranks after we lost 40% of our officers, and we have created a lot of important new public safety resources, including our community service officers, our community support liaisons, and our urban park rangers. In addition to those important public safety investments, we also made investments in racial equity and justice, our language access program, and livable wages. And those are in addition to creating our racial equity, inclusion, and belonging department. We also signed 4 new union contracts over these past several years. And in the midst of that, we were coping with record low unemployment rates and that sustained inflation that I mentioned. We launched an equitable economic recovery by creating a new department specifically to provide more support to our workers and our businesses. And we know that houselessness continues to be an issue in the area, and in response, we've opened 3 new shelters and the Community Resource Center. And that has come while we are responding to a 500% increase in unsheltered people following the motel evictions from the state. In the face of these challenges, we've had budget challenges. In FY23, we asked for a property tax rate increase, and that was narrowly rejected by the voters. Last year, we included $4 million of the one-time funds I mentioned earlier. And we were very clear when passing that budget, we would need to replace those funds. We would not have more one-time funds. We would need a sustainable source. We mentioned inflation, so I won't talk about that again. But specifically with the police contract, the new professional positions, the increase in officers, all of that leads to personnel costs that are $1.7 million higher than they were in FY20. So what is our proposal to balance the budget? It's a multifaceted plan, and we'll talk about each one of kind of these spokes of the plan. Part of it is we will make sure that we're capturing growth, what I refer to as organic growth, that is going to happen anyway, thanks in part to some of the new development like we just heard about. Some of it will come from really taking a tough look, a deep look at the city's operating costs and looking at those not in the fire department or the police department, but across the rest of the city, looking for efficiencies. We will also complete a review of non-property tax revenues and work with the council to see where they could be increased. We are looking to see if there are one-time funds. While we do not intend to use them to the tune of $4 million like we did last year, there may be, and it appears there are, a few more ARPA dollars that we could use to kind of lessen the impact in terms of the tax increase for next year. And then lastly, as we know, we're here to talk about increasing the police and fire tax cap by 3 cents on town meeting day. So kind of taking each of those in turn, and this gets to one of the questions we received at the Board of Finance earlier today. The first place we always look for closing revenue holes and these sorts of gaps are where is revenue that we can kind of count on anyway. Revenue that's happening because we are a healthy city that has new development and new businesses happening. And that's what we see in this slide. We're expecting about $300,000 in new property tax revenue. That is not your property taxes going up. This is new properties being built or expanded and us taxing them appropriately. That's what that $300,000 is. The $600,000 is the 2%, some people call it the meals and rooms tax or the gross receipts tax. And just by virtue of businesses expanding, that tax, the 1% of local option tax, and franchise fees, which is something you'll see on your water or electric bill. We see some growth in that every year. And based on historical performance, we estimate that at $600,000. So again, I put this slide here so that you can see we expect about $900,000 of growth. This growth is going to happen regardless of what this council does or doesn't do, sort of in a grand scheme in terms of approving a tax increase or not. One of the things that we're proud of that we'll be taking a good look at this year is an operations and efficiency study of the largest general fund city departments. We won't be looking at the public safety departments because the police department had a study from CNA just a couple of years ago, and the fire department is in the middle of their own staffing study. But we're looking at the rest of the general fund with the consultant, and the goal of that study is to reduce our non-public safety spending by at least $3 million on a $101 million overall budget. That is quite large, and when you take out the $45 million that we spend on public safety, it becomes a significant amount. A couple of people have asked about the timing of this study, and we do expect to have meaningful information back in April or May, and that will help us to make these decisions in time for final budget passage at the end of June. One of the other spokes to solve this problem that we spoke about was raising user fees. And user fees are any of the fees throughout the service, throughout the city, that you pay for service. So not your taxes, but if you pay for a class through Burlington City Arts, or perhaps a camp through the Parks Department, parking, boat slips. And while those fees, some of them have gone up over time, and because of inflation, we don't have a citywide policy about when to increase them, how often to increase them. And so we've hired another consultant who will be working with all the departments who have user fees to ensure we are both capturing all the costs of what it takes to, say, offer that clay class at Burlington City Arts, and then to bring that information back to this city council to make sure that we are then offering the class for the fee that we want. And we are projecting that we will be able to increase our user fees sort of across the board and gain $1.3 million a year. I will note that we are paying special attention to youth scholarships and access to ensure that that remains available. We've also asked the consultant to ensure that we are comparing ourselves with, I think it's 5 cities that are similar to ours, so that we can make sure that we remain competitive. We talked a little bit about one-time funds. This year's budget contains $4 million of one-time funds. In this next year's budget, we are proposing including $1 million of ARPA funds. We had come to the Board of Finance in December and let that body know that the $27.2 million of ARPA funds the city received from the federal government had been fully obligated. And that was true, but in preparation for the FY25 budget, we did a careful audit of all of those funds and realized while they had all been obligated, there were some programs, for instance, the Property Tax Lag Relief Program, that had actually wrapped up a few months ago, and there was still a rather significant amount of money that had still been obligated in that program. So if we deobligate that, there's about $1 million left, and we propose using it in this budget. Now we kind of get to the heart of the matter, lifting the police and fire tax cap. If we do so, our plan fully funds the police and fire budgets, including increasing officers according to our rebuilding plan. It also provides an additional $250,000 of funding that is intended to be a flexible fund for the police department for emerging needs. The mayor mentioned this, but it is a critical point. The police and fire tax only funds 1/3 of the total cost for the police and fire departments. So while lifting the cap does not commit this body to implementing the tax increase, it is an important option for us to have as we continue the budgeting process. Here is a look at the increased public safety costs since FY20. You can see in the first two lines how personnel costs have increased for both police and fire. We have also provided recruitment incentives for the police. In all of our general fund departments over the past 2 years, we have held operational costs, meaning not personnel related, not salaries or benefits. We have held those costs level for the past couple of years. So because inflation has been increasing at such a rapid rate, that actually means departments have effectively faced a cut. And this year, in conversations with fire and police, that's really started to catch up with them. And so this request is for those items that they have not been able to afford over the past couple of years that are really necessary. The next cost is the personnel cost for the urban park rangers, which do sit in our Parks, Rec, and Waterfront department. And then lastly, that flexible response fund that I mentioned. This is just sort of a graphical look at what I mentioned, that the public safety tax for FY24 only raises $4.4 million. The general city tax, which of course in theory should fund more than just public safety, it should fund general city operations, will bring in about 11 million, and if we put that together, you can do the math, it's just about $15.4 million. And again, that is far less than half of what we need to run both the fire and police departments. So for those of you who've seen this before, this is a new slide, so you might want to pay attention. This is some of the benefits that the tax increase would provide. It fully funds our rebuilding plan. It budgets for 77 uniformed officers. We had used ARPA money to ensure we have recruitment incentives to attract officers, and that money has been obligated, so this tax increase in this budget allows that to continue along with competitive compensation. We talked about the fact that we have created an entire new department or division within the Burlington Police Department, and that's our community service division, and that includes our 11 community service officers, our community service liaisons, our crisis advocacy and intervention programs, our urban park rangers, all of these incredible auxiliary services that we've come to depend on. And so this allows us to retain those. It fully funds important upgrades to our body cameras. It does allow for the flexible response fund, and it allows for increased training for our EMS and for mental health resources for the fire department. This shows in a kind of chart form What we've been talking about of how do we propose to balance this budget? How do we get to the $9 million? And this sort of lays it out in one sheet, all of these items that we've been talking about. How would this impact someone who is a homeowner in the city? This would give you an idea. You can see appraised value on the left, and then what the municipal tax is under FY '24, and then you can see how much it would increase year over year, and it's about 4%. This slide includes both the municipal total as well as the school total. And as the mayor mentioned, we think it's important to ensure that citizens have all of the information. The municipal tax total is significantly less than the school total. People have to pay on both. And if we have time, we're ready for questions and discussion, but I think it's 6:58, so maybe we'll save them.
Thanks so much, Catherine. That's a very informative presentation. I'm sure there will be questions. We'll probably bring the presentation up later on in the deliberative agenda, and go back to that when we go to a motion as far as the public safety tax increase is concerned and putting that on the ballot. But we'll return as the time is now 7 p.m. It's now 6:58, and we will return to item number 4, which is the public forum. Before we begin public forum, as we have a number of people that are here and some who may not have been to our public forum before, would like to note that we do have a process for public forum, and I speak for the full council as we all share a strong commitment to a very orderly process for public forum and one that honors all voices and a respectful discourse. We do have a hybrid system for public forum, so community members can speak in person, or you can also speak online. You can join us via Zoom and speak online. For those who are in Contois, if you wish to speak, there are forms on the table to my right in the back corner of the room. If you just complete that, and I believe the clerk can actually take them from you when you have completed them, she will bring them to me, and I will call people off in the order in which they signed up. On each one of the signups, there is a number on the corner, so that way we're able to keep very good track of who signed up and in what order. There also is there is a sign up that says Burlington resident, then one's for property owners or representatives of Burlington organizations, and then last for non-Burlington residents. No one will be able to speak unless you have completed a form, have written your name and your full name so that you can be identified for the record. When your name is called, if you could just come forward, take a seat at the table in front of me. We do have a timer system on the table that has 3 lights. A green light will shine when you begin speaking, a second yellow light when you have 30 seconds left, and then there's a red light that will shine when your time is up. Please complete your sentence when the sound and light indicate that your time is up so that everyone has the same amount of time and we can keep the public forum moving along. If you wish to speak and are joining us via Zoom, please go to burlingtonvt.gov/citycouncil/public forum, and a form will come up. Please complete the form and your answers will come into a spreadsheet that I have in front of me. I will call on you in the order that you have submitted the form, and as well, when we go to online speakers, we will set up a timer system on the screen. We don't have a light system, but when your 2 minutes is up and the clock winds down to 0, please complete your sentence so that we can move on to the next community member. It has been our practice that Burlington residents have first priority to speak. We will go to Burlington residents in Contois, then to Burlington residents who have submitted a form as well online. We will then come back to Contois for anyone who is a property owner or a representative of a Burlington-based organization, and go back to online, and then we will wrap up with non-Burlington residents who are joining us in person, and then complete this process with online non-Burlington residents joining us online. During public forum, we ask that you please use respectful language. We would like to remind everyone here this evening and joining us online that there are families who watch our council meetings as their connection to civic engagement. Parents use this forum to teach our city's children about city government, and we expect that everyone will refrain from using any profanity. Please, when you do come forward to speak, please face me, direct your comments to me as the chair, and not to anyone else at this table, nor to anyone in the audience that is gathered behind you, and please do not personalize your comments. This rule will be strictly enforced. Again, we want to hear what you have to say, and it's a lot easier for us to listen and really hear you if you speak respectfully. With that, we will go to Burlington residents who are joining us in Contois. The first speaker is Brett Yates, to be followed by Solveig Overby. Thanks so much. Welcome. All you need to do is right in front of you, there should be a button that says push. Push that and a green light will come on and the microphone is on.
Great. Hello. I'm here today to encourage the councilors to work either individually or collectively toward establishing a more systematic and transparent framework for determining when a non-binding popular initiative should or shouldn't appear on the ballot. During last week's meeting, I listened to several councilors discuss why they agreed or disagreed with the text of the anti-apartheid petition, or why they may have believed that some other process, such as a facilitated discussion, would be more useful than the ballot measure in advancing an understanding of the situation in Palestine. In other words, they were explaining why they themselves would or wouldn't have authored such a petition, or why they would have voted yes or no on the question if they'd encountered it on a ballot. I hope the councilors can come to understand that an appropriate determination to place a voter-initiated question on the ballot or to withhold it requires a separate rationale. For one councilor, that rationale may derive from a commitment to a conception of open democracy that would compel them to accept any advisory question with sufficient signatures, while another councilor may, for instance, reserve the right to intervene against advisory questions containing racist, xenophobic, homophobic, or anti-Semitic sentiments, as they have the power to do. The point is that such potential guardrails shouldn't be instinctive or arbitrary or subject to public pressure. They should be clear and consistent. It shouldn't matter how you feel about the advisory question. It shouldn't matter how community members feel about it. Fairness to the petitioners and fidelity to the intended purpose of the petition mechanism ask that you develop a defined set of criteria for dispassionate evaluation. It isn't good enough to reject an advisory question because some people in the community may say that the question makes them upset or disturbs their sense of safety. Anybody can say whatever they want about anything. That's politics. If the question must be withheld because it's anti-Semitic, for example, we need you to be able to point to the specific language that, in your view, constitutes anti-Semitism. Without such a standard in place, I think you may too often default to denying ballot measures you personally dislike, or just trying not to get in trouble with your own constituents. Please show respect for Vermont's democratic culture, for the political will of Burlingtonians, and for their right to fight among themselves politically. Please don't misuse your authority over non-binding articles. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Solveig Overby, to be followed by Romeo von Herman. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Solveig Overby. You all know me, I think. I brought these concerns and questions to the Board of Finance earlier, but I wanted to share them with you as well. I've got 2 written documents, which I will drop off to Lori. I'm concerned that you get access to the finance audit reports from the fiscal year 2023. I regularly put together a document that summarizes the real problems that the auditors find in the way that we monitor and report on our just manage our capital project accounting. So I'm trying to update that report, and I have not been able to get that document, so I hope you will be able to ask for that, because it's going to be critical for voters to know about that information, and I would love to be able to update my report that explains the problems we've had over the last 10 years. The second thing is I would want to point out the $3 million cut in the non-public safety expenditures, which you're going to get some reports in April or May, but I think I would be very concerned about where that's going. So that's an important thing. And the other thing that I had a question about, there's no mention in the letter of intent about the Gateway block concerning the cost, the up to $800,000 cost that we committed to Schurz when we sold Burlington Telecom. And so we've committed $800,000 to remove the Burlington Telecom equipment from the basement of Memorial Auditorium. I did not see that in the letter of intent, and so I'm just wanting to know whether or not that equipment has actually been moved. I understand the mayor said that there has been something taken care of that, but if not, I'm wondering why that has not been mentioned in the budget. Where is the $800,000 allocated in the budget planning that you're doing in these documents? And or if it has been already taken care of, that would be great. But that's a significant chunk of money that we're on the hook for that I don't see anywhere in any of the financial documents that you're looking at right now, according to this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
These are
Our next speaker is Romeo von Herman, to be followed by Kathy Olwell. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam President. It's good to be here. Madam President, Mr. Mayor, City Councilors, City Administrative Team, as fellow Burlingtonians. As always, I am here to express my strong support for the deliberative item agenda 8.5 for climate policy review, next steps for existing commercial and industrial building, less than 5,000 square feet resolution sponsored by Councilor Travers and Ballot. This resolution marks, of course, a significant step towards addressing urgent need for sustainable practices within our city, particularly the commercial and industrial sectors. Regarding item 8.6, I kindly advocate for a community forum, if that is even possible, hosted by the city to discuss the impact and possible outcome for proposed public safety tax hike. But I will admit that after listening to the CFO, I apologize from CAO. I feel like the questions had been answered, but I would appreciate if there is a community forum just for the pros and cons so it can be discussed. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Kathy Olwell, to be followed by Karen Long, to be followed by Michael Long. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Olwell, and I live in Ward 1. And I'm here to ask you about the neighborhood code that is supposed to be voted on tonight. And I would like the council to please give the citizens the 45 days that we have asked for before you bring these proposals before the board. This is something, for instance, that the MPA in Ward 1 very much would like to discuss with our councilors before it goes to a vote. And we have not seen the final change, and I know it's a big change from what the legislature was asking. And it would affect Ward 1 very deeply, most likely. So can we please have that time? Can you please not vote on it tonight and put it on for 45 days from now so that all MPAs get a chance to talk about this? Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Karen Long, to be followed by Michael Long, to be followed by Sandy Wynn.
There's a button I push or no?
I'm sorry, what?
Is there a button I have to push or no?
Well, if the microphone is on, and that would mean that it was a shining green, you should be good to go.
Okay, great, thanks.
Sure.
Neighborhood code does not address runoff or parking or the desirability of attracting and providing suitable housing opportunities for young families in the neighborhoods near downtown and the university. These are glaring omissions. The extreme increases in density and lot coverage and elimination of green space, trees, and backyards have negative impacts and are not consistent with addressing the climate crisis or with creating diverse neighborhoods that college students, young professionals, families, infants, teenagers, and old people can all call home. The greatest opportunities for increasing density responsibly are not in the neighborhoods already most dense, but in those areas where larger lots and buildable area opportunities. The density increases from 7 units per acre to 70 or 80 as permitted does not qualify as small or subtle. The pitch seems to be if 8 or 10 units are allowed, it won't happen on every lot, so don't worry. I'm sure it won't happen instantaneously, but when it happens, even the first time, the response might well be to jump on the bandwagon or flee to the suburbs, or both, which we have seen happen many times before. And those neighborhoods that are the soul of our community will be gone, just like some of the neighborhoods many of us remember. Neighborhood codes state specifically that neighborhoods within the RH district are typically immediately adjacent to downtown and the institutions. The map reflects this accurately for downtown neighborhoods, but all of the neighborhoods immediately adjacent to the institutions are still RL. This is inconsistent with the definition of RH in the document. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen. Our next speaker is Michael Long, to be followed by Sandy Wynn, to be followed by Gordon Dragoon. Good evening.
Good evening. Regarding neighborhood code, density is great, but extreme density degrades neighborhoods. Neighborhood code would be especially destructive of appealing, walkable, bikeable neighborhoods because it increases unit density and lot coverage beyond reason. Even small lots would be permitted 8 or 10 units. On a typical street, density would increase from 8 units per acre to an astounding 80. While allowing extreme density is the most obvious shortcoming of neighborhood code, the socioeconomic inequity and the green space loss, runoff increase, and the missed opportunities to build stand out too. The wealthiest neighborhoods all remain RL. Others are arbitrarily reclassified from RL to RM. These two zones differ not so much in unit density as in lot coverage and lot size. Perversely, areas with smaller lots and existing dense development would lose scarce protected green space, while areas with ample greenery and room for more units and growth are passed by. One size fits all with unit caps applied uniformly to lots, whether 1/10 of an acre or 1 acre and 1/10. Neighborhood code protects the suburban template and directs the most severe and negative impacts at the under-pressure neighborhoods that can least tolerate them. In these neighborhoods that are up against the McNeil plant, the F-35 runway, or other neighborhoods already sacrificed to undergraduate housing, neighborhood code tackles the housing crisis by envisioning the same sort of small, overpriced units people are desperate to rise above. This is not an effective or legitimate response. It is piling on units and deregulating to the point of not regulating at all. We must do better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Sandy Wynn, to be followed by Gordon Dragoon, to be followed by Nick Persampieri. Good evening.
So I hit the button?
It should already be on, I think. Is the green light on?
Yes.
Yeah, then you're good to go.
Okay, my name is Sandy Wynn. I live on Mansfield Avenue. The demand for more off-campus student rentals continues to be strong, putting more pressure on our housing market, particularly in areas north of the UVM campus. The return on investment renting solely to students, especially given that 75% are now from out of state, guarantees rents no average working family or individual can compete with. The current housing plan, ironically called the Neighborhood Code, is a misnomer. It is a plan to reward investors, landlords, and contractors at the expense of destroying targeted neighborhoods near UVM like Mansfield, Henry Street, and Brooks. while protecting other areas equally close to UVM. This is blatant discrimination. If you can prove you don't support discrimination by treating all RL areas equally to create housing opportunities everywhere, stop protecting exclusive areas in the RL like the Hills section near the golf course, streets like South Prospect, Summit, Crescent, at the expense of destroying neighborhoods like mine by changing our current LRL zone to RM. Treat everyone equally. Here's one way to prove that you want to be fair and equitable. Eliminate all RL zones everywhere. Convert them all to RM, regardless of where they are, rather than targeting neighborhoods mostly in Ward 1. Have everyone share the burden of solving our housing problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Gordon Dragoon, to be followed by Nick Persampieri, to be followed by Rye Sherman. I hope I have your last name right.
You do.
Great. Excellent.
It's
Welcome.
not normal. Let's see here. Not going to, oh man. Sorry. I recognize that I am privileged advocating for college graduates that have the opportunity to go elsewhere but would have rather stayed here if it was feasible. We all know that there are many people struggling with far worse troubles. Homelessness and poverty are not issues that have avoided this city. I am here to tell you that these changes are the start of some real changes that need to happen in the city. Cheaper housing and more density is the silver bullet that reduces homelessness, attracts workers, and by extension, businesses, and gives our city the ability to fund things that we agree need to be funded. If you look at a map of where our town's revenue comes from, it overwhelmingly comes from the denser areas. This is because of a variety of factors, but ultimately it's because it costs the city more money to provide services to less dense areas while also pulling less tax revenue from those areas. I've heard a few things tonight that it degrades the neighborhoods and hurts bikeability. On the contrary, more density makes areas more walkable, and it makes them more bikeable because no one wants to bike a half hour to their destination, but biking 10 minutes to their destination is a lot more feasible, and that is only possible with extra density and mixed-use zoning, but that's a different conversation. I urge the councilors to consider that if we are to fix the issues that our city is facing, this proposal requires your due consideration. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Nick Persampieri, to be followed by Rye Sherman, to be followed by Emma Shaw. Good evening.
Thank you, Nick Persampieri, Ward 3. I ask you this evening to support the proposed ballot measure that would ask voters on town meeting day to authorize the city to make a small, specific, but very important change that would improve the carbon pollution impact fee. And all voters are being asked to allow the city to do is to extend the fee so that it applies to all fuels and thermal energy systems that emit greenhouse gases. It doesn't propose to increase the buildings subject to the fee or increase the fee. This is needed for the fee to work properly. Without it, we are incentivizing non-fossil fuel systems that have significant greenhouse gas emissions, including advanced wood heating, liquid biofuels, and renewable gas. This ordinance and the fee applies only to new systems. And it's clear that the best thing to do with new systems is to electrify. The state in looking at the Clean Heat Act likes biofuels and renewable gas because they can be used in existing systems, but what we're talking about here is new systems. So I ask you to make that change. I also ask you to support the neighborhood code. I think it's a needed step in the right direction to increase density, which helps us provide the housing we need, and it's also a climate measure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Rye Sherman, to be followed by Emma Shaw, to be followed by Ashley Adams. Good evening.
Hello, city councilors. Thank you for your service. My name is Rye Sherman. I'm a Burlington resident and a student at the University of Vermont. This weekend, I attended a climate rally in Montpelier, and I was really inspired by the amount of people who believe in climate action here in Vermont. While it was inspiring, I also recognize that it was organized because not enough is being done currently. I am incredibly scared for my future, and we need real climate policies. It's up to you as our elected officials to stand up and lead us towards real climate action. I'm asking you to please vote yes on the resolutions that allow Burlington voters to say yes to climate action, and to vote no on the resolution that avoids action with spending 10 months of generating a new proposal. It is important to put fees on these fuels that emit CO2 pollution rather than falsely treating them as zero-emission fuels. It's also important to expand our policies beyond their currently very limited coverage of buildings as of now. We also do not have time to wait for 10 months for a new report to come out. We need voters to vote on climate action right now. The science is clear. We need to radically reduce emissions from buildings, and Burlington voters desperately want that, and please give us a chance to have our voices heard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Emma Shaw, to be followed by Ashley Adams and Jack Tiano. Good evening.
Hello, counselors. My name's Emma Shaw, and I'm a student at UVM, and I'm lucky to call Burlington home. I want to see that home protected. I want to see climate action. I grew up in a generation driven by fear for our future. At every corner of my career goals and personal aspirations, the issue of climate change has had tremendous influence. I went vegetarian to lessen my carbon footprint when I was a freshman in high school and put serious consideration into the treatment of climate change when choosing a university. And this pattern is not unique to me. My peers and I are forced to consider things such as how our jobs will impact the earth and what cities will be livable by the time we finish our education. I'm asking you to treat these issues with the same level of understanding I see around me all the time. Please vote yes on the proposal to put a fee on clean, polluting fuels such as wood and renewable natural gas in buildings, and additionally vote yes on the proposal that would put climate decisions on the ballot in August. Additionally, please vote no on the proposal that asks the Burlington Electric Department for a 10-month report that would consequently delay climate action until November. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Ashley Adams, to be followed by Jack Tiano, to be followed by Karen Vastine. Good evening.
Hi there, I'm Ashley Adams. I'm a resident of Ward 6. And I'm here to urge you to support the Town Meeting Day 2024 Carbon Pollution Impact Fee ballot question sponsored by two councilors, Bergman and King. During the course of the last year, dozens of residents have written to, called, and met with city councilors. Many have spoken before 3 TUC meetings and 3 ordinance meetings asking that the city not incentivize polluting and harmful false climate solutions in this deeply flawed carbon impact fee ordinance, which went into effect this month. You received well-researched, science-based information about the harmful environmental and health impacts of so-called renewable gas, liquid biofuels, and so-called advanced wood heat. Most of the Democrats on this council refuse to listen to residents or heed the science, but instead enacting an ordinance favorable to Burlington Electric, Vermont Gas, UVM Medical Center, and UVM, which confuses me because you say you care about climate, and I've heard that from each of you.
This resolution before you would allow voters to decide whether to authorize the city to impose a carbon impact fee on non-fossil fuel heating systems and fuels that emit greenhouse gases. The resolution does not ask for an expansion to existing buildings. If you agree the city should not be in the business of incentivizing polluting and harmful heating sources, please support this resolution and allow voters to weigh in on this important issue. There would be ample opportunity for stakeholder engagement prior to writing the ordinance should the ballot measure pass. I'm also here to ask that you not support the resolution sponsored by Councilors Travers and Barlow. Respectfully, Climate Policy Review and Next Steps. This is unfortunately not a resolution that addresses a climate emergency. It's a resolution that delays action and does not seek information from a credible source. If you must support additional studies from Burlington Electric, please recognize that any previous BED studies have been nothing more than ratepayer-funded propaganda. It is your fiduciary duty to ensure that any future studies have a formal RFP process that is commissioned and that it's commissioned by a committee of the City Council, such as TUC, with ample opportunity for public input. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to let those of us that are Burlington residents, or actually all people that are joining us online who have signed up to speak during public forum, I see that your hands are raised. You don't need to raise your hand. I do have you in the queue. We have 6 people that are left to speak who are Burlington residents who are joining us in Contois, and then we will go to Burlington residents that are joining us online. Just wanted to make sure you knew that. Thanks so much, Jack. Please go ahead.
Making sure it was still me, I wasn't. Anyway, okay. So there are murmurs of sending the neighborhood code tonight back to committee and not moving it forward. There's also calls from the public to bring it back to the community. This policy spent a full year in the public eye at farmers markets and open houses and just left the ordinance committee. The people who are appalled at the ordinance do not understand it. Because they didn't attend any of the meetings or review any of the notes. They don't understand that the city as it stands is incredibly overbuilt compared to our current code. They don't understand that the new ordinance would still leave a sizable number of the lots in the city as non-conforming because they're too dense. They're looking at this ordinance and comparing it to the existing ordinance and saying this is a massive change, but in terms of what's actually on the ground, it's not. As a housing advocate, I don't think that this goes even remotely far enough. As a city, we need to be building at least or about 1,000 units a year to maintain a healthy housing market, and we're currently building 125. Even this proposal will probably yield a few hundred units over the next decade, but 50 units maybe a year. That's 175. We're still 800 units below what we need. Like this is such a small step in the right direction, and I don't think that we should be talking about bringing this back to the ordinance committee. Like, it's just political theater. It's emboldening people who don't engage with the legislative process, step out at the last second and say, hey, I don't like this actually. I could have been engaging, but I didn't. Let's slow down and take a bunch more time on this and do the things we literally just did. We need to be taking such bigger action, and usually try to have my comments written out, but it's just so frustrating, I guess, to have spent personally the amount of time that I've spent engaging on this and to see the possibility of this, being kicked down the road again at the last second. Please don't do that. Stand up and tell people, we've been in the committee, we watched this happen. This is moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Karen Vastine, to be followed by Jack Hansen, to be followed by Chris Gish. Good evening, Karen.
Good evening. So I'm Karen Vastine. I'm the Senior Community Relations Officer at the UVM Health Network. I am here to speak on behalf of leadership at UVM Medical Center, including Dr. Stephen Leffler, our President and COO. We strongly support the city's net zero goals and have a demonstrated commitment to do our part to reduce our carbon footprint at the hospital. We participated extensively in the thoughtful months-long public process that went into the drafting and adoption of the carbon fee ordinance on November 20th, 2023. As a large institutional partner, we engage in long-term facilities planning and development, often between 10 and 20 years out. This is to ensure we are able to meet the long-range healthcare needs of this community and this region. For us, the manner and speed in which the proposed pollution impact fee ballot items came forward after the November 20th vote significantly erodes our confidence in the durability of decisions made by this body. Furthermore, achieving the city's net zero goals requires collaboration and teamwork. We appreciated that the carbon fee ordinance provides a clear pathway for institutions to partner with the city to recoup a portion of the fees to make modifications to reduce their reliance on thermal energy. The proposed ballots are both silent on this and as such removed an important avenue for the type of partnership needed to address the climate crisis. So thank you for hearing us out. We hope that you'll vote no on both pollution impact fee ballot items and yes on the climate policy review, which is aligned with the level of transparency and collaboration we appreciated in the drafting of the carbon fee ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Jack Hansen, to be followed by Chris Gish, to be followed by Lizzie McCullough. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. It's a hard position to be in to look at our future as young people, but more than young people, as a society, as a species, as a planet, and see over and over the lack of action, and even actions that feel that are really inadequate with what the science is telling us is necessary, the scale and the scope of change that is necessary, and our own internal city goals and documents that say we want to achieve dramatic change in just a handful of years. And yet, even policies that just take small steps towards that, we can't muster a majority of votes, and we can't move forward. The leadership of our city can't move forward, and furthermore, won't even allow the people of the city to say yes to moving forward. I think we need to do better. We need to bring more people in. I think ballot measures are the best way to bring the most people in. There's going to be special interests that are going to weigh in every time in these processes and that are going to advocate for their specific needs. And I think the job of this body is to weigh that against the broad needs of the community and our environment. And I would love to see the council just take more leadership and really be pushing our community forward rather than what I think is happening now, which is it feels that we're being held back by our leadership. The people are being held back right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Chris Gish, to be followed by Lizzie McCullough, to be followed by Richard Hilliard and Claire Bradley. Good evening. Excuse me, my apologies. Do you have the green light on in front of you?
I think now the mic's on.
Now you do.
Cool.
Yes.
I am here
Start
tonight
again, please.
to urge you all to please let us vote on the town meeting day carbon pollution impact fee ballot item. This would let us fix a really straightforward and clear loophole in the current carbon pollution impact fee. Currently, as it stands, the fee is assessed on fossil fuels, but not on other fuels that also cause climate change. And this kind of leads to a completely unnecessary and perverse set of incentives in which we're incentivizing the switch from one polluting fuel to another. This is a really straightforward change. It would not change the mechanics of city policy. It would just expand it equally to all, allow the city the authority to expand it equally to all fuels that cause climate change. I don't have time to go in depth about why biofuels harm the climate, but in short, all the biofuels that are available to Burlington have serious environmental impacts, at least comparable to their fossil equivalents. Wood emits more CO2 than any fossil fuel. It takes many, many decades to reabsorb that CO2, has more particulate emissions than any other fuel. Liquid biofuels use vast amounts of land and compete with food production, and they're inherently tied into global markets that are clearing some of our last tropical forests to grow biofuels. And then renewable gas is largely a sham. All serious climate experts recommend that any renewable gas that has to be produced should be burned on site for energy, not injected into a pipeline system, the gas that would be available to us here in Vermont. VGS, who's here, might tell you otherwise, but it has to travel more than 1,000 miles from New York into Canada back to Vermont. It would never get here, have abundant opportunities to leak and cause further climate change. And I've heard that there hasn't been a lot of public process here, but I just want to say that letting us vote on this is the start of public process. Then any ordinance would go to at least 2 council committees, then the full council. There would be plenty of opportunities for everyone to weigh in. So please let us vote on this issue.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Our next speaker is Leslie McCullough, to be followed by Richard Hilliard and Claire Bradley. Good evening.
Hi, I'm a Ward 3 resident. I'm just here to support the resolution to put an item on the upcoming ballot to allow the voters to weigh in on the current loophole in the carbon pollution impact fee. I just generally support allowing this issue to go in front of the public and trusting the voters to weigh in, as it impacts all of us. I myself am concerned about the existing loophole for pollution from biofuels and that the current city policy incentivizes these fuels. I came to the symposium that this council hosted on these fuels and thought that it seemed that the verdict from scientists at this event was pretty clear and straightforward, that these fuels cause emissions that contribute to the climate crisis. It seems like a really common sense improvement to the current fee, so I'd like to see the citizens have an opportunity to vote on this measure. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Richard Hilliard, to be followed by Claire Bradley.
Richard Hilliard, resident in Ward 1. I'd just like to thank...
Richard, could you just make sure that the microphone is on right in front of you? The green light is on. Yeah, and just get right next to the microphone. That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Go ahead.
I'm just here to thank Sharon Busher, Paul Bierman, Michael Long for their letters that I think are in your packets, and like to endorse everything that they say, and also everything that Sandy Wynn recently spoke about. Please, let's achieve our MPA goal and have consequential changes go through a 45-day cycle of communication. And so whatever you vote on neighborhood code, I hope it's exactly what has been through the public process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Claire Bradley, to be followed by Lena Greenberg. Good evening.
Good evening, City Councilors. My name is Claire Bradley. I'm a resident in Ward 3. As a young person, there isn't a day that goes by when I don't talk with my peers about what our future is going to look like. And the science tells us that our future is not going to look like what it did for a lot of generations before, and so we need to act aggressively to reduce the catastrophe. Burlington claims to be a leader in this fight, but there is still so much to be done. So I'm asking you to vote yes in support of the town meeting day ballot question, as well as the carbon pollution impact fee. And I'm asking you to vote no on the climate policy review and next steps resolution, because we don't need to waste time generating a report when we know what we're facing, and 10 months is simply too many to delay in taking action against the climate crisis and for a more habitable future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Lena Greenberg, to be followed by Colin Palmer, to be followed by Dan Castrogano. Good evening.
Hey everyone, good evening. My name is Lena Greenberg. I live in Ward 5 in the King Maple neighborhood. Just got off my bike, I'm a little out of breath. You may have heard of Bill McKibben. He says that winning slowly is exactly the same thing as losing. He is pulling a page out of the book of the fossil fuel industry, which for much longer than I've been alive has been delaying climate policy. Delaying climate policy is the same thing as not doing it at all. It causes tremendous irreversible damage to our planet, to our communities, and to our children. And the item that would ask us to study something that we already know the Burlington Electric Department doesn't want is a delay. It's the same thing as losing. We really need climate policy. The Intervale is going to keep flooding. That's our local food source. We're going to keep seeing folks moving here, seeking refuge from warmer climates, out from under the cloud of wildfire smoke that seems to creep east every year. We need Burlington to be a place of refuge for people who are here and people who are coming here, and it is your responsibility to let us vote on the climate policy we all agree we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Colin Palmer, to be followed by Dan Castrogano. Good evening.
Good evening. I had unfortunately not prepared a speech. However, I believe that all carbon emissions need to be taxed as soon as possible. Just seeing Montpelier and Waterbury and the rest of Vermont flooded over the course of the summer and even earlier this year, and the fact that it was not declared as a disaster really broke my heart. And it's just going to continue to keep happening if we continue to keep pushing climate policy off. It's just a really scary thing, and it's going to affect all of our futures. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last speaker joining up, Burlington resident joining us in Contois, is Dan Castrogano.
Thank you. My name is Dan Castrogano. I live in Ward 4. It's really hot outside. All the snow melted again. We're in the mid-30s again this week. Burlington is the city out of every city in the whole country whose winters have heated up the fastest. 7.7 degrees, nearly 8 degrees since 1970. We're number one. You can feel it in your bones, right? It is hot outside, and it is deep winter. I agree mostly, I just got here, but with what Lena said, what Chris said, and I missed some of the speakers before too, but incrementalism and delay is just the new climate denial. It is soft climate denial. We have to have urgency. We must have urgency, and we have to get to zero emissions as fast as possible, and that means whenever you burn something, you create carbon dioxide. So, going through my organizing emails, vote yes on 1 and 2, vote no on 3. We don't need have 10 months. I've chatted with the Sunrisers, high school students. I have a 2-year-old. We have to act faster. Please don't listen to corporate interests. Please don't listen to special interests. We have to act faster, and we have to stop burning things for energy because our climate and ecological systems are collapsing in real time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we will go now to Burlington residents that are joining us online. We'll set up a timer for 2 minutes, and there are a number of people who wishing to speak who are joining us online. The first is I believe it's Mitzi Bayfi, and Mitzi, I have found you and enabled your microphone, and please correct me if I've mispronounced your name.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. My name is Mitzi Papay. I live in Ward 8. And I'm here today because at the last meeting, I witnessed citizens negating what cannot be defined as anything other than a genocide currently taking place in Gaza. For the city council members to further diminish the disgusting state of affairs bothers me on a very deep level. I would like to put in perspective that the Gaza Strip is 141 square miles. This is approximately twice the size of Washington, D.C. There has been more than 26,600 confirmed deaths. This is not including the over 65,000 wounded, the 7,000 missing, most of which are children, and the nearly 2 million Palestinians displaced. If we are to consider only the confirmed deaths, there is over 88 per square mile. You cannot step there without touching some sort of bodily fluid. To call pointing out facts anti-Semitic is appalling. The facts will not change because it offends you. The grieving parents will not find peace in their children's brutal murders because a Jewish woman in America doesn't want to be associated with the systematic ethnic cleansing currently taking place. To negate the suffering of others, to appease the citizens today who are not going through that is disgusting and appalling. I sincerely hope that for people who feel Similarly, they visit gtvflyers.com and maybe understand why this narrative is being pushed. Thank you for letting me speak today.
All right, thank you so much. Our next speaker is Ursula Haverbeck. And Ursula, I can't find you online. If you are and you're under another name, just use the raise hand function and I will come back to you. The next speaker is Michael Chaucer. And Michael, I have found you and enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak, just unmute on your end.
All right, thank you. My name is Michael Chaucer. My wife and I are homeowners and residents within the proposed residential corridor district, and we fully and strongly support the proposed changes to the zoning ordinance outlined in the neighborhood code document. I also work in residential architecture and development. In my professional opinion, the proposed changes will not only help ease the housing crisis in Burlington, but it will also positively impact the walkability of the city and may even increase property values for homeowners within the proposed residential corridor district. I hope the city adopts these changes without hesitation so that homeowners and developers can begin to build additional housing units as soon as possible. I would like to see the Burlington City Council remove the explicit density limits from our zoning ordinance altogether, since those limits nullify many of the proposed changes in the RM district. That said, I wouldn't want that sticking point to get in the way of adopting the overall positive changes proposed in the neighborhood code. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you so much. Our next speaker is Rex Uden, and Rex, I have found you and enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak now.
Yes, good evening. Am I coming through all right?
Yes, just great.
Okay. My name is Rex Uden. I've lived in Ward 8 for about 8 years now. My call is to speak on two issues. One is the racist equity programs being used in city ordinances, and one is the restriction of free speech being done across the nation at the behest of the Anti-Defamation League. These are both within your purview because you and other localities use the equity program to decide how to distribute county and city funds and as well as opportunities. That is using race as a factor in any of those discussions or ordinances is racism. It's racist, it's illegal. Affirmative action was just struck down after 30 years of being in effect and damaging many people's lives over race. I was looking today at the equity initiatives. That's stuff that we have in place right now that we are doing. And what does equity mean other than stealing from white people? And what does inclusion mean besides the exclusion of white people? And what does diversity mean besides fewer white people? I would ask that you please look at these equity programs and understand that I'm sorry, I typed this out and I'm getting a little bit nervous. I don't speak publicly very often. I'm just going to skip it. How many lives will you damage in the meantime, by removing the opportunities for the native-born population? The Naturalization Act of 1790 said that this, from our founding fathers, said that this nation was the nation for European men of high moral character. So next, I'd like to go to free speech. We have a movement going on right now in our country with the ADL, where they're claiming that free speech criticizing Jews is somehow threatening and hurtful to the point that they have to be scared and they can't participate and so on. I want to remind everyone, if they've never heard of it, the Holodomor was done to Christians. There was 30 million Christians slaughtered, genocided, and ethnic cleansing done by the Jewish Bolsheviks to the Christians. But you don't hear the Christians every time they're criticized talking about the Holodomor and being scared about being in public and stuff like that.
Thank you so much.
Every time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Scott Mason. And Scott, I have found you and enabled your microphone.
Hi, can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
That's wonderful. Thank you for giving me this time to speak. My name is Scott Mason. I've lived here in the city in a few different spots for well over 14 years now. So I did want to echo the concerns of the last speaker and then two speakers ago. Yeah, I do find it very, very disturbing what's been going on in Palestine and what's been happening to Gaza. And what really, really troubles me is that our country and our city and there's a lot of Zionism here, and it makes me sad that these people can't see past what's really going on. They're taking orders, and it feels like that they don't really understand the damage that's being done on behalf of the Israeli government. We're just giving so much money to them, and it's wrong. Yeah, so I did also want to talk about the Holodomor. So that's something that a lot of people don't speak about. We just had a Holocaust Remembrance Day. What was that, Saturday, the 27th? And I think that we could, I'm asking for a resolution for the city to declare, I don't know exactly what day, but we need to set a day aside for International Holodomor Remembrance Day. It's a real, it's the real genocide. And I think that we should look at all the facts. There's a really good website put together where you can learn more about the Holodomor and Palestine and all this stuff going on. gtvflyers.com, gtvflyers.com. Thank you so much for for letting me speak, and have a wonderful rest of your evening.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Our next speaker is Christy Berry, and Christy, Oh, there you are. I see your hand is raised. You should be able to speak now.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please go
All right,
ahead.
great. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I have a speech here. It's clean. Leftist media keeps pushing the LGBT narrative to confuse children and to sicken our society. The Western world is the only place where this filth is tolerated. We need to stand against the pedophilic degenerate cult. An Islamic nation would and will never tolerate this. It's disgusting to see leftists cheer for drag queen shows with children, to convince them that they are the wrong gender, encourage surgical genital mutilation, leave the children alone. How can regular people who just want to be left alone coexist with a group that literally wanted to destroy children? What is a woman? The Cambridge Dictionary says a woman is an adult female human being. Does taking hormone blockers make you a woman? Does castrating yourself make you a woman? Does dressing up make you a woman? Does believing you're a woman make you a woman? No. Doing all these things just makes you a mentally ill man. It's wrong for society to cater to a seriously ill minority of people and expect us to go along with their delusional thinking. When someone suffers from schizophrenia, we don't reinforce the delusions as truth, and we shouldn't for transgenderism either. How can we take anyone seriously when they can't even know what gender they are? Transgender women are men. Transgender men are women. Pills, surgery, imagination won't fool scientists. Your DNA won't change just because you have an unhealthy fascination. Pushing this stuff onto children is child abuse, and we shouldn't condone it. Why do children need to learn about gender pronouns when they can't even tie their shoes? Why are teachers telling students not to tell their parents about the topics of discussion? Why can't liberals leave children alone? If teachers, the media, and society do not push the transgender narrative, we wouldn't have so many confused people. The LGBTQ plus culture is a cult. Mentally ill minority must not be allowed to rule over the rest of us. Where do we draw the line? Having children taken from their parents for not going along with the mob? Having sex offenders teach children? At this point, nothing is off the table for the woke leftist cult.
Thank you so much. Before we go to the next person, there are a couple people who have their hands raised and have not signed up to speak during public forum. If you wish to speak during public forum and you're joining us online, just simply go to burlingtonvt.gov/citycouncil/public forum. When you do that, there will be a form that'll come up. Please complete the form, and your answers will come into a spreadsheet that's in front of me, and I'm happy to call on you at that time. We're not going to have anyone speaking unless they have completed the form or completed a sign-up in person. The next speaker is Alex Johnson. And Alex, I have found you and enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak now.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alex Johnson. And as I put in my little form that I filled out, I'd like to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. From what I saw of the room earlier, I'm happy to see that it is somewhat diverse. And from what I saw about the council and the little Zoom box that I had going on earlier, I'm happy to see that is diverse as well. We are a diverse nation as Americans, but what I'm worried about is the lack of diversity in our cabinet. Now, for example, in our current administration, Jeanette Yellen, the Secretary of Treasury, Anthony Blinken, Secretary of State, Wendy Sherman, Deputy Secretary of State, and David S. Cohen, the Director of the CIA. Just 4 members. They all happen to be Jewish. Now, I think that's an overrepresentation because I thought that we lived in America, not in Israel. And actually, if you want to look it up, 80% of the current cabinet administration is Jewish. And I think that flies right in the face of diversity, equity, and inclusion. If we're going to be teaching kids this stuff and forcing this down their throats and forcing this out in HR departments nationwide, statewide, even here locally with businesses I've worked with, they all have DEI mandates. But for some reason, our current administration and even the last administration, they're completely exempt from the diversity, equity, and inclusion laws. I find that very, very biased. I mean, why don't we have more Mexicans in the cabinet? Why are they all Israeli? Why don't we have any dual citizenships with Germany, with France, with Australia? Hell, I'll even, pardon the language, even say, well, let's throw a Canadian on there, because if we're going to have our cabinet filled with Israelis, then maybe our cabinet is pushing Israeli issues and Israeli interests instead of pushing American interests. And maybe they're not putting America first. Maybe they're putting Israel first. That's why we don't hear about them killing, raping, maiming, and drinking the blood of children right now in Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Evan Gould, and Evan, I have you twice. I'll give this one a try. Hopefully that'll enable you can just need to enable your microphone on your side. Evan, you just need to unmute on your side.
Is that better?
Yes, that is. You had signed
Sorry,
up twice,
yeah,
so it
I
wasn't.
think my web connection wasn't working,
No.
so I apologize for that.
No worries. No worries. Go ahead.
Cool. My name is Evan Gould. I'm a longtime resident of Burlington and also a longtime resident of Ward 5. I'm here to speak on the neighborhood code ordinance before you to say that you should continue to move forward the ordinance to public hearing. We've underbuilt, and it's not just slightly, but tremendously. Some of you have been on city council for some time, and you may have some understandings of why. You'll hear that this is a drastic upzone, that it will completely open the floodgates to developers. The truth is that even with these changes, and the planning department can show you, they have these graphs, that between 25 and 50% of the units in these neighborhoods will still exceed the dimensional standards that will be allowed under the neighborhood code. Half of our buildings in some places. The current zoning ordinance is still more conservative than every ordinance before 1970, where the city had a single height restriction of 55 feet, and yet we are not covered with 55-foot buildings. These type of upzonings evenly distribute development pressure. People had the opportunity to make small changes. Many of the people against this are longtime residents, some who have been here since the 80s. Why didn't they make these types of changes in 2002, or 1994, or 90, or 87, or 74? Why did we further restrict zoning instead? The reclassifications are not arbitrary. They were chosen based on nonconformities above 50%. Why is the only housing we build far away from places anyone works? Why is there no housing in job centers? We're dealing with this small issue. This is a major economic issue. People are commuting to the health center from St. Albans or Waterbury or even further now. The number one contributor to CO2 in Vermont is vehicle travel and commuting, and yet we continue to limit housing opportunities here that further exacerbate the carbon emissions that we create. I want to echo the sentiment that upzoning RL completely to RM would be more equitable.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ursula Haverbeck, I do see you, and I saw that you had raised your hand, so we'll go back to you. I've enabled your microphone. You should be able to just unmute on your end.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Fantastic. My name is Ursula Haverbeck. My goodness, some of these comments. Personally, I was raised Southern Baptist. I was raised that you need to respect everybody, especially people's religious rights, because on a base, most religions, when you read them, they teach about respecting everybody and really just being the best type of person you can be, whether that's Christian or your Baptists, your Mormons. Recently, though, I've noticed there's been a lot of people really speaking out against one specific religion. I've heard it's not in here. So I've done some research as to why this could be because it baffled me, and I found out that they have two different religious texts. One is what we all know, the Torah, and then they have the Talmud. And my goodness, some of the things I read in there, such as Yebamah 98a, all non-Jew children are animals. I mean, Gittin 57a says Jesus is in hell being boiled in hot excrement. That's not even the worst, though. Kebamoth 11b says a man who is engaged in intercourse with a girl less than 3 years of age has done nothing. At first, I was upset because this whole group of people was being systematically hurt, and then you hear what they believe, what they're being taught from a young age, and I don't know how anyone can stand behind them. It breaks my heart to find out that these people are as disgusting as they are, and they view us as animals. I mean, it says in their book that all non-Jews are beasts. We're goyim. We're not even human to them, but we're supposed to respect them.
Thank you so
Disgusting.
much. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Sharon Busher, and Sharon, oh yes. Okay, Sharon, I have found you and enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak now.
Thank you, President Paul. I sent a communication to each counselor regarding the neighborhood code, and I'm not going to, obviously, it would take me more than 2 minutes to read what I sent to all of you. And my point for the neighborhood code is that it started in the summer. It was a very good process of inclusion. And what evolved was a very different product at the end. And so what I'm asking is that because, and one speaker said, well, not many people attended. Why didn't they attend? Because I think people thought that what they were told at the NPAs and the coffee meetings was what was going to happen, but it changed, and it changed significantly. So what I'm asking is that I want to include Burlingtonians. I don't care whether they support it or don't support it. I just want them to know what is being proposed. I think it should go back to the NPAs and should go back to those coffee meetings or whatever format, but at least the NPAs, to get people awareness so that when you vote on it, you will get some feedback that is informed. And I feel democracy should be inclusive, not exclusive. Understand one of the people is an architect and followed it. I went to all the meetings also and spoke all the time and wrote communications. But that's not the point. My point is I want the public to know when we did City Hall Park, it took a long time. When the parks did their master plan, it was a long process, and they went back to the NPAs over and over to keep them updated with changes. That's all I'm asking. This is a significant zoning rewrite. I'm not speaking about it. There are a lot of good parts to it, but I just want the public to know what you're going to vote on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jake Schuman. And Jake, I have found you. Oops. I have found you and enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak now.
Good evening. Thank you. Excuse me. I just want to say, first of all, thank you, Sharon, for your continued service to our community. I think it's really great that you get stuck into the weeds and help find those things that might otherwise be missed. That is not lost on me. This is now the 5th meeting of this body, that has taken place since the December 11th vote. And I told you at the last meeting that I'm going to keep showing up until something is done where this body says that our community has this value, that we do not like hate crimes. We do not like gun violence. I don't think that's hard. I don't think that's divisive. I don't understand why that should wait until the next city council is seated. I think it's incumbent upon you to deal with that before your terms are over. It seems interesting to me that before I spoke tonight, 5 hate-filled white nationalists put in their names, their full Christian names, and spoke before this body, spoke their hate. I am 33 years old, and I was 17 years old, and I was there when Obama got inaugurated. So for those first 17 years of my life, I remember that racism was not any less than it is now, but racists were in the closet. And as a gay person, I understand the experience of being in the closet, but I am here tonight saying that I believe that our shared community value is that we all believe that racists should be in the closet round here. Don't be spewing that nonsense in public. Shame.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Colin Larson, and Colin, I have found you and enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Yeah, real quick, I want to say I'm pretty appalled by the white supremacist talking points that we're hearing at City Council today. I know that's not the council's responsibility. I do feel that, you know, you would have been within your rights to cut them off with some of that stuff. Anyway, what I'm really here to talk about is neighborhood code. Just want to echo a lot of what Jack Tiano said earlier. We've been through a really long process with this. There were a lot of public engagement points, both with the meeting, the joint committee meetings, public meetings, coffee chats. The planning department produced a lot of documents related to it. I just urge you to move this on. This is a very common, you know, thing that we see with any housing zoning changes that go through. Lots of people come out at the very end of the process and say, hey, I don't like this. This is going to disturb my neighborhood that I'm particularly attached to. We have restrictive zoning that's developed, you know, over time, that has frozen the city in the development state that it's in, that has not enabled additional housing to meet demand. I happen to think that this is the single biggest reason why we're in the predicament we're in, more than anything else, is restrictive zoning. So this is a way to remedy that. It's a way to ensure that the city can grow more organically in the future. I also think that the longer this gets sent back and forth to committees and worked on, and people just get fatigued around it, and then it just dies, and then the people who are happy that the zoning doesn't get updated win, and they get to, you know, protect their little corner of the city and not allow any change or any new people to live there. And then just to address some of the other comments people said, in the joint committee meetings, it was proposed to upzone the entire city to residential medium. This was, you know, at the end, this was shot down. I actually am supportive of this. I do think a broad-based full upzone of every single neighborhood is equitable. So hey, if you want to reconsider that, go for it. Otherwise, you know, let's move this on and get it done. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Todd LaCroix, and Todd, I am unable to find you online. If you are here under another name, please use the raise hand function. The next speaker is Nolan Rogers, and Nolan, bless you. Nolan, I have found you and enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak now. Bless you.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Thanks for the council for continuing to have these meetings and conducting them so officially. Really appreciate that, despite some of the comments. I am mostly here to say, please put the carbon fee on the ballot. Please vote to penalize all greenhouse gas emitting, heating, and generating fuels. We currently have a greenhouse gas problem, not really an economic sustainability problem. So it's not really about just like fossil fuels, it's about the greenhouse gases. We don't have a way to take the greenhouse gases out of the atmosphere right now, at least not one that requires more energy to take the gas out than we would use otherwise. I want to say also, please lower the threshold for which buildings need to follow for the impact fee. 50,000 square feet is really big, and we need to make the limit as low as we can for new construction. So buildings basically last forever. So if you're not having strenuous, really defined and penalizing laws now, then those buildings are going to last forever. And like, we're not going to build that many buildings, so let's make them strict now, so we don't have to deal with it later on. And then also, please upzone our community, and even go further to remove all zoning restrictions. I want medium and high density housing around me. I've lived here for a while. I want to keep living here. I kind of hate walking across really big roads and things, and having single family housing just continuing to spread, Shelburne Road and Williston out into never-ending flatness that requires driving everywhere. Yeah, that's basically my whole thing. I think the council's done a great job in getting these things moving. I just want to keep seeing that progress continue. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Bob Duncan, and Bob, I have found you and enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak.
Thank you, President Paul. I appreciate the opportunity. Sorry I couldn't be there in person this evening. I just want to encourage you to move the neighborhood code forward in the process. It's been a long time coming. I'm not concerned about increased density. I think, in fact, Act 47 mandates increased density and would allow for increased density in all RL zones anyway. I also think that our current economic climate will serve as a mitigating factor for development that folks might be concerned about, because it's so incredibly expensive to build anything now that it may not, even with more incentives, it may not be possible. But certainly increasing the amount of housing that's available will have an impact on supply, which will have an impact on demand, which will have an impact on costs ultimately. So I encourage you to move it forward. I've been living in Burlington long enough to have participated in the 1974 update, and I didn't understand why it was so restrictive then. I spoke at meetings then asking for it to be liberalized and less restrictive, and it's been a long time coming, and it's time to move it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Martin King, and Martin, I have found you and enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
As a resident of Burlington, but all the issues surrounding our community, and really appreciated people's takes on climate today, and really appreciate the free speech being provided for people of all opposing viewpoints. That way people have their own decisions, and they have their own ability to hear things, to hear facts, and to look them up. About the climate, as a leftist, and an activist, like, I was very, very involved in climate issues, and I learned very early on that the big companies, the big corporations, the big banks, they had an agenda to kind of sequester that technology and to figure out a way to control it and to own it before it got released. So that way they could have the maximum profits and the maximum control over the situation. And the deeper I looked into it, I was appalled to find out that the reality is they're not willing to change anything that they actually do. They purchase carbon credits and they hold their symposiums and they do their thing. But in the end of the day, it's all corruption. And what it really is it's all about restricting the people's rights to have their ability to have wood burning stoves or, all of these separate issues. And we already know that much of the environmental thing is a sham. It costs way more in materials and in carbon emissions to create these so-called green energies. And I just want to point out that the far left that are environmental warriors and the far right who are environmental warriors have a lot more in common than it's made out to seem. And National Socialism and what it represents is actually a good answer that where you can kick out the kike usury that controls this world. GTVflyers.com.
Thank you very much.
Have a
Thank you
wonderful
so much.
evening.
Thank you very much.
Point of order.
Thank you.
President Paul, point of order.
Yes, what's your point of order?
I have some sense here that the council is being Zoom bombed, so to speak, by an anti-Semitic organization. I think I have reason to question whether or not the individuals who are speaking are actually Burlington residents. I know that folks in a public forum like ours have a great deal of latitude beyond what we would consider common decency under our Constitution, but I am questioning whether or not the individuals who are speaking are actually Burlington residents, and I'm wondering if this continues, whether or not the council should actually close public forum, given the hate speech that's being used in our public forum.
Thank you very much, Councilor Travers. When people do fill out the form, there are a number of people who are really truly filling out the complete form. They are putting their address. You know, we do ask you this for a reason. For those people who have filled out the form and have filled it out completely and have given a street address, I will continue to call on you. The next speaker is Bill Cooper. And Bill, I have found you and enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak now.
Alrighty, thank you, Chair. Yes, I would like to talk about diversity. I'm going to read some statistics from the FBI National Incident-Based Reporting System. These are murder rates per demographic, per 100,000, and I'm bringing this up because it's a safety concern for our city. The white female, 59 per 100,000. Next is the Hispanic female, 174 per 100,000. Shockingly is the white male at 274 per 100,000. Now that's shocking because the black female actually commits murder at a higher rate at 423 per 100,000. That is followed by the Hispanic male, who commits murder at 819 per 100,000. And the most shocking, I mean, it's probably not shocking to people, but the black male, 4,508 per 100,000. That means 1 in 22 black men will commit murder at some point in their life. So I am really opposed to diversity. I would like to live amongst my people. They're a lot.
My apologies to all of you that are gathered here. You know, I take people at their word when they say that they're Burlington residents and they fill out the form. I take their word that they are, and that they're here to inform us about things that really matter to all of us. So my apologies. There was only one person who was left in online who is a non-Burlington resident, and at least through ways that we are trying to be able to verify who they are, it does appear as though their name is not real. So we're going to continue with, we actually have, it's now 8:19, so we have had an hour, not quite, about 80 minutes of public forum. Just want to let the council know that there are 2 residents that are in Contois, Burlington residents that wish to speak, a property owner or representative of Burlington organization that also wishes to speak, and then there are 2 non-Burlington residents. So hopefully we can cover that in 90 minutes, but just wanted to let you all know. The 2 Burlington residents that wish to speak, one of them is Harry Dorer and the other is Lee Morrigan. Good evening, welcome.
Sorry, your mic's not on.
Yeah, the microphone, if just in front of you, there should be there's a thing that says push right on the base.
Okay.
There you go. Please start again.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Harry Dorer. I live in Burlington as a college student, and I wanted to come speak in support of the changes to the neighborhood code. I hope that the city will advance these changes to more public hearings. As we all know, many cities in our country are facing housing crises. The state of Vermont has set goals for building new housing units by 2030, and I believe that the Burlington area must accommodate like 10,000 of those new units, and increased density is a very good tool to help us meet those goals. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Lee Morrigan. Good evening, Lee.
Hello. Hi, my name is Lee Morrigan. My pronouns are they, them. I live in Ward 7, and I am a very proud trans person. I feel moved by the spirit to be claiming my seat tonight. And I just want to say that it is because of the actions of this council and this administration that I feel perfectly safe in this room tonight. And there is nothing that anybody could say tonight or any other night that would make me feel unsafe. And that truly is because of the actions that this council has passed. And, you know, I just hope that my community understands that the most effective form of resistance is trans joy. You know, I've said over and over again, I'm kind of a very dangerous thing to people who don't like me. I'm trans, I'm happy, and I'm successful. You know, we have to keep doing that. And so I want to thank you because you all are the reason why when I step out of here in a few minutes to go on with my night, I will be leaving feeling just as good about myself as I did when I walked in. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you very much, Lee. We do have we have 3 more speakers, and then there is one speaker that has just signed up online. So the next speaker is Elizabeth Dalcha. You'll correct my bad pronunciation. To be followed by Neil Lunderville and then Corinne Sita. Good evening.
Good evening, Elizabeth Palchek. Thank you for your service. Difficult things to navigate. My comments tonight are, I'm representing the University of Vermont. I run our Office of Sustainability, and these comments are regarding the carbon impact fee resolutions on the agenda. UVM has a 2030 carbon neutrality goal that aligns with Burlington's net zero goals, and we hear the concerns of our students loud and clear, and we take them very seriously. We advocate tonight for moving forward with the fee in its current form, allowing UVM to establish systems and processes to analyze and track the costs of the new fee on our buildings, and then build that information into our decision-making processes. We were heavily engaged in the development of the current fee. We built a strong working partnership with BED during this process, and we support the implementation. In the documents under review tonight, we applaud the inclusion of permission to use payers' fees on projects in our own buildings. This will help us deliver on GHG reductions, and we also applaud the inclusion of extensive analysis and stakeholder input of implementation options in the implementation resolution. However, we have concerns about these resolutions. In the carbon ballot fee item resolution under discussion tonight, there's a proposal to exclude renewable natural gas as an allowable fuel. The proposal is that the allowance of the fuel incentivizes its use, further emitting greenhouse gas emissions. But we're actively drilling for geothermal energy on our campus, and we need time to look at those analyses and build the buildings and build the infrastructure. So RNG and geothermal, in our view, are not mutually exclusive. In the interim, if VGS offers an option that reduces GHG emissions, we would like to use it without penalty. So we'd like to focus on the operational implementation of a very strong new carbon impact fee and get to work on the policy that you've passed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Neil Lunderville, to be followed by Karen Sita. Good evening.
Good evening, councilors. And first, thank you for your service, especially in the face of such terrible, horrific comments tonight. I'm Neil Lunderville, President and CEO of VGS, formerly General Manager Burlington Electric for 4 years, and I am passionate and dedicated to bold climate action paired with sensible energy policy in the state of Vermont. At VGS, we welcome an ongoing and robust partnership with the city and our shared goal of combating climate change. I was proud to sit here just a few months ago to support renewable district energy from the wood-burning generator at the McNeil plant. In that spirit, I'm here tonight to urge your vote against the 8.3, the carbon fee ballot question that was fast-tracked for the council for consideration. That action will slow efforts to cut emissions. It will increase cost and complexity for customers and undermine progress to meet the state's Global Warming Solutions Act. The state of Vermont has recognized that we must use data and science to make good decisions to smartly reduce emissions. This is not the time for a doctrinaire approach that puts the thumb on the scale of one solution over another. Specifically, prohibiting proven alternative supply options like renewable natural gas runs counter to the expert testimony given to this council and the committees. It contradicts the Public Utility Commission, which has time and time again ruled to support renewable natural gas as an effective solution to fighting climate change. It undermines the Vermont legislature, including every single Burlington representative and senator who voted to unanimously codify in statute renewable natural gas as a viable alternative supply measure. And finally, it goes against a recent decision of the Vermont Supreme Court that ruled unanimously to affirm the Public Utility Commission's finding that renewable natural gas supports the requirements of the Global Warming Solutions Act. To say that the council proposed action is on shaky ground is an understatement. The council stay true to the course and not support this measure. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So our last speaker is Karen Sita.
Good evening, Madam President, and the rest of y'all. May I start, Madam President? Okay, great. I'm in my Justice Nancy Waples era. That's why I have red lips, because I'm going to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. All right, so to my Muslim beloved friends, salam alaikum to my people. Dear Allah, my friend, my dear, dear beloved friend, does he know that you guys are going to allow a lesbian woman to be your next mayor? A one that's okay with children changing their gender? Does Allah know this? Make sure you ask him next time you face the East. To my Jewish people, I speak to you as a black woman with a Hebrew name, a Jewess myself. Does your Jewish mothers and rabbis know that you're going to elect this woman? Are they aware that you guys are refusing to use your intellect and knowledge to realize just how deceptive and problematic she is for the city? Now listen, I want the best for Vermont. That's why I constantly speak out. That's why I'm constantly here. It's out of love. I operate out of love and nothing but love. And it's time for us to operate in love for the city and recognize what's good for us. Now, with the whole diversity and equity, I have problems with that too. One, if they really cared about diversity, they would hire black women that were married. You can't find any black women that were married, preferably to a black man. Way to inspire the children. Way to inspire black children to marry black, be with black. But they couldn't do that. Again, you know, we need to understand this woman who just came here and said that she's so happy to be a transgender woman. Ask her that when 2 a.m. in the morning when there's no one's around. I mean, with these cameras, people are good actors, and I know an Oscar-winning actress.
Point of order.
Thank you.
So
No, we're not going to continue that. I'm
You
sorry.
can't speak free speech?
No,
free speech?
that is, no, I'm sorry.
I said love. Did I not say love?
No. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Karen. We're going to move on. We're going to move on. We're going to move on.
Point of information.
Yes, what is your point of information, Councilor Hightower?
We're not in Russia. This is America. Free speech is free speech under the law, protected. You can fight me in the Supreme Court if you like. I would love to meet you there.
Great. I just want to say for everyone who just saw this public forum that thank you for being citizens of Burlington. Black and brown bodies belong in Burlington. LGBTQ bodies belong in Burlington. Jewish bodies belong in Burlington. Muslim bodies belong in Burlington. And I'm just so happy that we are the community that we are and that we have all the people in it that we do. And thank you for being here.
Thank you so much to all who came and spoke during public forum. We're going to continue with our next, and we're going to close the public forum at 8:30. Our next agenda item is item number 7, our consent agenda. Is there a motion to move our consent agenda and take the actions indicated? Thank you so much, Councilor Travers. Is there a second to that motion? Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously, and we've approved our consent agenda. That moves us to our deliberative agenda. We have a number of items on our deliberative agenda. Just a general reminder to all councilors regarding the 5-minute rule. Please do your best to self-monitor and be mindful of your time, and I will kindly interrupt you if you go way over that limit, but please try not to. I have no desire to interrupt anybody. The first item on our agenda is item 8.1, which is an ordinance ZA 2402 regarding the neighborhood code. And we have a presentation, but before we get to that, we will go to a motion, and for that I'll go to the Chair of the Ordinance Committee, Councilor Travers.
Thank you very much, President Paul. I would move to waive the reading, suspend the rules, and warn the proposed ordinance on 8.1 for a public hearing. I would ask for the floor back upon a second.
Great, thank you so much, Councilor Travers. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councilor Carpenter. Councilor Travers, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, President Paul. So I'm very excited by the neighborhood code proposal that has now made its way to the full City Council. We have here with us Director Tuttle and Sarah Morgan from our Planning Department, as well as the Chair of the Planning Commission, Andy Montrell, who will be able to speak to this in more detail. But just very briefly, it was a privilege as Chair of the Ordinance Committee, along with Councilor Carpenter, Councilor Shannon, and Councilor Hightower, to join the Planning Commission in an extensive process in reviewing the proposal that is now before you. Before that process began, I've said it to Director Tuttle, and I'll say it now, I believe our Planning Department has really been sort of the standard bearer for our city in terms of public engagement and allowing our community members an opportunity to weigh in on these items. The community discussion on the neighborhood code started many months ago with public meetings jointly held with organizations like the AARP, where public feedback was solicited in building the proposal that ultimately was brought forward before our joint committee. The joint committee started meeting on Wednesday, October 4th, and 9 meetings of that committee were held since then. I know Director Tuttle will be able to speak to it more, but I believe during this process there's also been a number of other public meetings, opportunities for public engagement, including at our neighborhood planning assemblies, if I'm not mistaken. The item that we now have before us, again, Director Tuttle and Chair Montrell will be able to speak to it in greater detail, but in very broad strokes, this review was prompted, at least in part, by a statewide law known as the Home Act, which is requiring municipalities like Burlington to consider significant upzoning. As many folks during the joint committee process and spoke here this evening, upzoning is incredibly important to Burlington being a more livable and sustainable city, to our addressing our climate goals, to being a denser, and I believe the proposal that's before the committee right now strikes an important balance to those goals. As we'll hear in the presentation, over the course of these 9 meetings, the committee really on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis took a look at maps and data to determine the best path forward from our perspective. There was a significant debate on each of these neighborhoods, but ultimately the proposal before you right now is far from arbitrary. It was the result of a careful, deliberative process. In broad strokes, we've heard some discussion now between the differences between low residential zones and medium residential zones. The biggest difference in terms of the proposal before you right now is in terms of lot coverage. Right now, if you're low residential, your permissive lot coverage is less than 40%. Under the neighborhood code and a low residential zone, your permissible lot coverage would increase to 45%. In a medium residential zone, your lot coverage would increase to 60%. And we really took a look at the data. And what the data showed is in those neighborhoods that the proposal is putting forward as being increased to residential medium, meaning that it could increase to 60% lot coverage. In those neighborhoods, more than 50% of the lots, for the most part, are currently greater than 45% lot coverage. So if that neighborhood was kept at low residential, then again, more than half the lots in those neighborhoods would be in a place where they could not grow any further. If you look at those areas that the proposal still has as low residential, you'll find that the number of lots that are less than 45% lot coverage are significant. So with both those neighborhoods that are proposed for residential medium and residential low, it's allowing a great opportunity for lots that have historically been limited in the ability to grow, to expand, for additions and renovations. It goes even further than that. Many neighbors have had hurdles to being able to grow in place. That's my understanding as to why an organization like the AARP has been involved in this, because they are limited in their ability to renovate because of issues, nonconformity issues, like in terms of lot size and setbacks. I could ramble on much further, but Megan and Andy will be able to speak to it greater than this. I'm looking forward to the presentation and the discussion to come, and think this is a very exciting proposal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Travers. So we've allotted about 45 minutes for this presentation. Thank you all for being here, and then we'll have an opportunity for a little discussion.
Great. Thank you so much, President Paul, and to Councillor Travers for that opening. We are going to start off our presentation of the Neighborhood Code to you tonight with some remarks from the Planning Commission Chair, Andy Montrell. And we also online have Kelly Stoddard-Poor, who's the Associate State Director for AARP, who has been a partner in both providing us with engagement support and technical assistance support that has contributed to the code that's come forward. So we're going to hear from them both briefly, and then Sarah and I will present more of the specifics about what's in front of you tonight.
Thank you. I'm going to be relatively brief with my comments, but thank you, President Paul. So on behalf of our joint committee with the Planning Commission and the City Council Ordinance Committee, we're really pleased to present to you and to bring to you tonight our neighborhood code that we've been working on for quite a while now. As been said, on our joint committee, we had 9 different meetings beginning in October, but the work on this code predates that by probably a year or 2, if not more. The Planning Commission and planning staff have been working at this for quite a while, laying the groundwork that culminated in our meetings over the last 4 months or so. What came to us at the beginning in October wasn't the beginning of the process, but it was as we brought all the pieces together, the code together, the proposed code together, a lot of the thoughts together, and that's when our committee started work. So as Councillor Travers said, when we began on each of the different subjects, our committee was far from unanimous. We brought a broad range of perspectives to it. And as we had our discussions, people came together, we all listened to each other, we heard each other, we heard from members of the public, we heard from many members of the public, and listened to the collective voices that were being spoken, and through that process came together and ultimately unanimously supported moving this forward, with the exception of one member who wasn't present at that meeting. So what comes to you has the unanimous support of our committee. And what our goals were to make Burlington's code comply with the new state law on the housing issues, begin to implement further our comprehensive plan that was adopted by the council, I think a couple years ago or a few years ago, listen to the housing standards put forth by the mayor's office, and address the significant housing crisis that we're facing here in Burlington today. Bringing all those pieces together resulted in the code that's in front of you today. And with that, I will turn it over to Megan and Sarah, who I think have done just a phenomenal job pulling all the pieces together and helping us through the process. I will just say, the work that you see in front of you today could not have been done without just the amazing work of our planning staff. So thank you.
Thank you, Andy. And Kelly, would you like to share a perspective before we dive in?
Yes, thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm Kelly Stoddard-Poor with AARP Vermont. I'm the Associate State Director, and I want to first, on behalf of AARP Vermont, thank the Planning Commission, the Ordinance Committee members, and the staff at the Office of City Planning for the tremendous amount of work and time that has been put into developing the neighborhood code, and for your leadership for taking action to address the needs around housing for Burlingtonians. AARP Vermont supports the efforts of the zoning changes outlined in the neighborhood code. As we know, there is a real shortage of housing, but particularly there's a shortage of specific housing types such as duplexes, fourplexes, cottage courts, because they're not allowed to be built right now due to zoning constraints. At AARP, we see that as a problem because there are significant benefits of this largely missing housing type, especially when we're considering the increased demand for smaller, more affordable homes among older adults. And there is a real mismatch between the types of housing that's available on the market and the types of housing that people need and that they want. It is no surprise to everybody here, but we are an aging population. And as we age, our needs change, and the homes that we've lived in for many years may no longer fit our needs or our lifestyles. Our kids move out of the house, bedrooms can sit empty, mobility changes, or mobility creates new challenges for us, making sometimes climbing stairs difficult or maintaining our home, and a large yard can also be challenging. Even if older adults want to downsize in Burlington from their larger single-family home for a more modestly sized alternative, the current housing supply isn't meeting their needs. And for too many older adults, downsizing can often mean leaving Burlington altogether. By allowing for the construction of smaller, more age-friendly homes, we can respond to the changing demographics and housing needs of Burlingtonians. What we call as missing middle housing is good for older adults, and we also think it's good for families too, because it provides more housing options, and this can include multi-generational housing and ultimately making more inclusive, walkable, and diverse neighborhoods for community members. We know that missing middle housing in the neighborhood code is not a silver bullet, and it won't solve all of our housing issues, but it is an important part of the solution, as it addresses the mismatch between the housing stock and our housing needs. It helps with affordability, and it uses the available land and infrastructure efficiently in the city. Over the course of the last several years, we have worked really closely with the Office of City Planning on a number of initiatives that we have invested in after we worked on accessory dwelling units. And this included technical assistance that we brought in from the Congress for New Urbanism to help do a code audit, doing a code reform roadmap for Burlington. And then this followed with bringing an Opticos design to conduct fit tests. So modeling potential for middle housing types in Burlington, on Burlington city lots. And then in July of 2022, AARP, we launched a citywide livability survey, surveying those 18 and older on a number of livable issues. And it showed very strong support for this sort of gentle infill development and for housing and this missing middle housing types that people wanted. We also worked closely with the city on engagement and stakeholder outreach, facilitating a workshop in October of 22 to really talk about the opportunities and barriers facing housing, and then doing a number of missing middle housing walking tours and facilitating community conversations and public coffee chats in all the neighborhoods in the city. So housing needs change as we age, but it is also possible for our homes and our communities to be livable for people of all ages and life stages. The neighborhood code will support the city's efforts to be a more livable, age-friendly community and expand housing options, building upon the existing neighborhood character. And we're really excited to see this move forward. Thank you so much for the chance to share our perspective from AARP.
All right. Thank you, Kelly. So we'll dive into the presentation that we've prepared for the council tonight. As Councilor Traverse and Chair Andy Montrell noted, we are coming back to you tonight with the proposed neighborhood code as a result of the Joint Committee's process over the fall. We were here back in the fall to propose the Joint Committee process to you as a way to bring together the perspectives and priorities of both the Planning Commission and the City Council. So we're here to share that tonight, and I think as a refresher, we'll just note that the neighborhood code is talking about a range of housing types that we talk about as being kind of fitting in alongside existing neighborhoods. This explicitly includes allowing duplex, triplex, and 4-unit buildings citywide, and also enabling more small multi-unit buildings and townhouse-type buildings in some locations as well. We'll skip over the next slide because I think all the speakers before us have covered this, and I'll turn it over to Sarah for just a little bit of a background.
Right, yes, we'll be pretty brief. I think our speakers did a really great job in summarizing a lot of what this is about. A lot of our most recent residential amendments have focused in this area that's planning to grow, which is mainly focused on more intensive development across Burlington, which is really also focused on a lot of downtown. And these are mainly large-scale apartments, large-scale residentials, which, while we've been very successful in adding about 1,300 new homes across the city over the last decade, the vast majority have been downtown in these large developments. And we know that these locations, as pointed out by AARP, don't necessarily meet all of the changing needs across one's lifetime. And the neighborhood code is about really these areas in the map on the right, focused on the 40% of our city in residential areas and how they can be a place to allow for more and different housing types. And this proposal recognizes that our neighborhoods can and should be a place that support the needs of current and future households in Burlington, as well as help us address and respond to the chronic and emerging housing challenges and make a tangible effort to address the climate emergency in an incremental way. These are some examples of middle housing types in Burlington that exist today, and one in South Burlington. We can see an example of the cottage court on the bottom right of the screen. And these are the housing types that are the focus of the neighborhood code, and very few of these are explicitly allowed and permitted in Burlington at the moment. And for many of those that are theoretically allowed, the standards present major roadblocks for realizing them. The goal of the neighborhood code is to make it more feasible for these housing opportunities across the city, and over the course of the discussions with the Joint Committee, small multi-unit apartment buildings were discussed in some areas that we'll talk about and address in this presentation. With the neighborhood code seeking to make it easier to build these housing types, we know zoning changes alone are not going to resolve all of these challenges. The Joint Committee's work and with other stakeholders and community conversations over the last year, we know that things like cost of land, cost of new construction, building codes, utility connections, and other realities mean that these will be hard to create in a lot of cases. And while we've had success with the recent work supporting ADUs in the last few years, we've seen just a dozen new ADUs created since, and we expect that this could support we suspect that the neighborhood code could allow for hundreds of new units across the city. This could be achieved over time, and it is an important addition and step to our housing stock, but is not necessarily as intense of a growth that can be achieved in other mixed-use areas across the city.
And just one quick note, we've seen dozens of ADUs, just dozens of ADUs. That's an important point because we have seen success with that. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, the focus of the neighborhood code is in areas within the residential districts, such as low density, medium density, and high density. And the neighborhood layer really paints a almost incomplete picture of the city, because it is important to also acknowledge that there are mixed-use districts in this yellow layer that also allow for housing at a variety of different scales, including multi-unit buildings, housing for institutions, and other mixed uses. And about 40% of the city's land area within the district does not allow multifamily, about 40% of the city's land area across the city is conserved for parks and open space, as opposed to residential districts. And outside of these areas, only a small portion of the city's otherwise prohibits residential uses, mainly the remainder of the enterprise district in the south end.
Great. So we provided that background just to share how this fits into the framework of our comprehensive planning goals, which Andy mentioned at the beginning. One of the things that we are also working towards in this neighborhood code is to comply with some of the standards of the Home Act. There were many pieces of the Home Act that relate to Burlington, but just 4 of these major issues that we have been specifically trying to address in the neighborhood code. The first is that the Home Act requires minimum residential densities of 5 units per acre. Right now, most of Burlington zoning districts allow that density, actually greater than that density, with an asterisk. We do have what is called the RL larger lot overlay, which applies to some neighborhoods within the RL district. That district actually limits residential density to a lower standard than what is required, so we needed to address that. We also know that the combination of things like lot size requirements, setbacks, and other standards that regulate what can be built on a lot actually have the effect of reducing the allowable density of what could be built to less than what our zoning allows otherwise. So in many ways, we technically were not meeting the standards, even though our zoning said that we theoretically were. So the main way that the neighborhood code proposes to deal with this is by regulating building mass and scale instead of a numerical density based on a lot size, and we'll talk about that here a little bit more. The second major issue is that duplex and single-family homes with accessory dwelling units must be treated the same as a single-family home without an accessory dwelling unit. Right now, in our zoning standards in residential low districts, we actually require that lots are larger in order to have a duplex than they would otherwise be to have a single-family home. So through an iterative discussion with the Joint Committee about potential ways we could resolve this, the proposal ultimately was to remove the minimum lot size required in RL, which I'll note is the only district in the city currently that requires a minimum lot size. The next issue is that statewide, anywhere that is served by water and sewer must require 3 and 4 unit buildings as an allowable use anywhere other residential uses are allowed. In Burlington, this is effectively all of the city. We do not currently allow 3 and 4 unit buildings in the RL zone, even though we have density standards that suggest that you might be able to. So again, the neighborhood code proposes to replace some of these standards with specific provisions that would allow up to 4 units per building in the residential low district, 6 in the residential medium, and allow new and other types of housing construction in the residential high and along these new corridors. And then the final issue relates to just the review standards, the discretionary review standards that boards like the Development Review Board are allowed to apply to permits, housing projects that they review. The state specifically says that that process may not otherwise limit the density, building footprint, or height that would be required other than what is allowed in the ordinance. And while Burlington is not explicitly out of compliance with this, we do have a development review process. We are proposing to maintain it. We do propose some clarifying standards in our language about the development review process to make sure we're meeting that. As others have alluded, we have a long history of doing research, performing analyses. I'm not going to read this slide to you. Happy to share this updated slide as part of your package that's on board docs. But the point here is that we have provided a number of analyses that have helped us better understand what's on the ground in certain neighborhoods today, how that relates to our existing zoning, and ultimately what the outcomes would be of the neighborhood code recommendations, both in terms of the sort of policy level, thinking about different areas of the city that would be impacted, and also we've been working with an incredibly bright group of architects and designers that have been helping us work through the realities of what would it actually mean for buildings to be developed using these standards and making sure they're meeting our intent. What we've learned through this process is that, I think we've shared some of this with you before, is that while we have zoning standards in place today that seem like they are kind of articulating a vision for our neighborhoods, we know that some of these standards don't reflect what's already been built. And in fact, almost 40% of the properties that are in our residential neighborhoods don't actually conform to some of the zoning standards we have in place today. We've been focused on this issue because it's important in terms of thinking about how properties that exist today even evolve in the future. If your property is already over the lot coverage limit allowed in zoning, adding an addition on the back of your home could even be very difficult in order to provide flexibility for what your home can do in the future, let alone any potential for expansion that might create new opportunities for new homes. We also know, as I've mentioned, that some of these standards serve to actually prohibit things that our code has theoretically allowed. I think in the context of housing discussions across the country, I'm really proud to say that Burlington has very rarely had a period in its history of zoning where it hasn't at least allowed duplexes in every part of the city. But we know that the combination of our zoning standards has actually meant that about half of properties in our residential neighborhoods actually can't meet the rules in order to actually have a duplex. And you can see, if you can see the red-green on this map, you can see that sometimes what this means is that the neighborhoods where theoretically are in walkable locations, close to bus lines, close to bike lanes, close to neighborhoods supporting commercial uses, can tend to be the ones that have smaller lots and are effectively the places where we can't have those housing types. We also know that some of these standards don't directly translate into the types of housing that we may be okay with seeing more of in our community. We've used this example a number of times. These are 4 duplexes that are all within a couple of blocks of each other in the Old North End, nearly identical in every way in terms of their shape and what they offer as homes. However, our density limits today, as a units per acre standard, mean that only the 2 on the left could be built new today, and the 2 on the right could not, even though they're nearly identical. This is just a function of how large the lot is, and is just another example of the things that we learn as we dug more into the effect of our zoning code. As we think about some of the other housing types that we don't have as much of here in Burlington, and particularly as we think about, we hear a lot about home ownership and the interest in expanding home ownership. We've also heard a lot about the interest in having more freestanding home opportunities in the city or single-family homes. We don't have a lot of land in the city to build out with those new housing types. So we have to get more creative about ways that we can find infill sites within existing neighborhoods that can accommodate more of those housing types. And so that's where something like this cottage court example becomes really important. Kelly mentioned some of the resources the AARP has been able to help us with, actually connecting with architects that helped us look at a real lot in the New North End and explore how 5 additional single-family type homes could share one existing 1-acre lot. There are many reasons why our zoning wouldn't allow this. We similarly have been looking at places, again, along transit lines and along our major bike infrastructure that could allow for more of these small infill building types that would allow for more housing in those locations, and trying to uncover the ways in which our standards do not allow those today. So I share those examples just to say that while the package of zoning amendments that's in front of you seems very dense, it is very dense, there are a number of recommendations that we've been able to distill out that are the most impactful when we think about some of those barriers that we're seeing today. And the proposed neighborhood code suggests changes to things like minimum lot sizes, lot coverage, a switch from regulating density to regulating the sort of form and intensity of buildings through things like footprints, height, and numbers of stories, and does propose some changes to the boundaries of these districts in order to ensure that all neighborhoods have opportunities to access the new housing types that are being proposed by the neighborhood code. I won't go into detail about what's summarized in this chart, but Sarah put together this very helpful overview of how the existing standards for everything from lot coverage and setback to density exist in our various zoning districts today, and how that would be proposed to change under the neighborhood code. You've heard other people reference that some of the most important changes are to the lot size that is required. We are proposing to eliminate the minimum lot size requirement that remains. We are proposing to increase modestly the allowable lot coverage percent for RL and RM. And we are proposing new standards that would regulate the overall size of buildings, both in terms of their footprint and their overall height. As we've been thinking about these recommendations and working through them with the committee, we've been applying them back to different neighborhood contexts here in Burlington. You can't see if you're sitting in the room, but hopefully you can see online that we have been trying to fit these different housing types that could be created as a result of this code into different RL and RM neighborhood contexts to understand what both existing buildings with new units in the backyard or additions might look like, as well as new buildings entirely, how they would fit into the sort of existing pattern of neighborhoods we have in the city. We've also been looking at this at the sort of lot level and thinking through how would this actually get implemented? What could new buildings look like? What could additions to buildings look like? Or what could new buildings in the backyards of existing homes look like? And trying to understand kind of what the scale and order of magnitude might look like from some of these changes. We have been talking about a different sort of framework for the residential high and this new residential corridor district. This is one of the things that evolved over the course of the Joint Committee's discussion. We heard a lot of interest in places like North Avenue, places like Shelburne Road Corridor, that currently have low density zoning applied to them to allow a much more permissive overall framework. And this is one of the places where Andy mentioned that we found some compromise in allowing for taking this sort of framework where we were trying to promote zoning that could allow for a row of maybe 3 to 5 townhomes and saying, if we feel comfortable with buildings of that scale that could allow for those housing types, should we allow for buildings of that size to be more flexible in terms of also allowing them to have multiple units in them as well? And so this is one of the things that came out of that committee process for this new residential corridor. And then again, we've been applying this to real lots and trying to understand what the cumulative effect of these changes could be. How large would a lot be that need to be in order to actually accommodate 2 buildings? Surprisingly, still pretty large. But trying to test out and see, if somebody is complying with all of these rules, what is a potential realistic case that could be implemented as a result?
And that third distilled point discusses about the changing of the residential boundaries and the residential districts. Right now we have 5 residential zoning districts: residential low density, waterfront low density, medium density, waterfront, medium density, and high density. And the first of these proposed recommendations is to streamline the existing zoning districts by combining waterfront low density with existing low density, as well as medium density with waterfront medium density. This would impact areas like South Cove and Apple Tree Point, as well as the tank farm at the end of Flynn Avenue. And one that's come up in a lot of our conversations is focusing on the RL and RM and other areas that might be misaligned or what the zoning might not reflect what's on the ground today, and how we can really overcome those barriers to allow for those housing types. So this would involve rezoning areas like the Old North End East, or that North Hill area, Five Sisters, South Union, and Clymer, Hoover, and Lakeside from RL to RM, as well as the area at the intersection near Pine and Maple which is surrounded by downtown and south end commercial zoning districts from RM to RH. And you can see here one key criteria for the decision to move from low density to low intensity would be the close alignment with the lot coverage. So you can see online, hopefully you can see on the screen here, you can see the over 45% lot cover parcels within these districts in brown with that over 45% lot cover would be non-conforming with that lot cover and really not allow for future development. This would allow them to closely align with what's on the ground and provide that housing flexibility. And the initial recommendation made those very strong distinctions and uses with lot coverage in each district.
I'm just going to pause really quick right here too, because I'll note that in the spirit of sharing what things the committee really grappled with, this was another one of them. We really dug in really deeply to the number of properties in different neighborhoods that conform to either our existing zoning or the proposed standards, and talked a lot about the overall number of units that should be permitted in buildings. And ultimately, the committee spent a lot of time thinking carefully about what this proposed map should look like, and the decision to make a distinction between RL and RM in terms of the maximum number of units that could be allowed in a building. We came back to that a lot because there was a recognition that in neighborhoods that are RM, there are examples of properties that have more than 4 units already. And that there was an understanding that some of these neighborhoods might be good locations, again, in walkable places that might be able to accommodate more units in a building than in other areas. So that is one distinction that came out of the committee over the course of their work.
Additional map-related changes involves the corridor zone that Megan had just mentioned. This would allow for a greater flexibility of those housing types along major thoroughfares, including North Avenue, Colchester Avenue, Shelburne Road, and St. Paul Street. And this is in an effort to allow for more development along high transportation-oriented areas. This also includes a rezoning of Champlain Elementary over Pine Street from RL to RM, which is reflected, which is to help implement the vision for that infill housing from Plan BTV South End. And there are 2 other additional smaller zoning recommendations, including 60 Austin Drive and a portion of 2076 North Ave, moving portions of those to RL to allow for residential housing development where it is not allowed today.
All right, so this just summarizes the overall changes that would be recommended by the neighborhood code in terms of how the maps would change. Again, on the left is existing, and on the right is the proposed map. We also talked about some related issues. I'll move through these pretty quickly. As a joint committee, we talked about the fact that we have this RL large lot overlay zone that it does not meet either the standards that are required by Act 47 nor the goal that we had identified for the RL districts citywide. And the committee recommended removing that overlay zone, which currently applies to just 3 small neighborhood areas. We are also proposing to eliminate what is called the RH High Density Bonus Overlay. This was created at one point in time to help facilitate the redevelopment of some commercial properties immediately adjacent to downtown, and it has no functional utility remaining based on the way that it's written. So we felt like that was a pretty easy one to clean up. We also heard a lot of feedback from the public over the course of our meetings about enabling more commercial uses in residential areas. This is something that some communities across the country have tackled in a much more, progressive way, I guess I'll say. We felt as a committee that we wanted to make sure we were keeping the focus on our housing goals as part of the neighborhood code, but did recognize that we were hearing a lot of support for the idea of expanding commercial uses and making commercial uses more walkable to all of our neighborhoods across the city. So the neighborhood code recommends that for the residential corridor areas, again, North Ave, Shelburne, and Colchester, that uses like restaurants, small grocery stores, dry cleaners would be allowed in that new district. And this really helps us to expand on existing rules that we have for how commercial uses could be incorporated in historic or existing commercial buildings within our residential districts, and also allow for home occupations. So Sarah helped us just kind of map where parcels in the city that could theoretically have commercial uses on them today, how that would relate to the walkability from different areas of the city. The green shows people that would be within a 5-minute walk of an area that could allow for commercial uses, and under the neighborhood code, you can see how that expands. The vast majority of the city's neighborhoods could be within a 5-minute walk distance, including within the New North End, which is something we hear about a lot. And then I think to just bring it home here, we've got just 2 more slides.
Just a quick highlight of our outreach. Last fall, fall of 2022, we had some very well-attended opportunities to provide education on what missing middle housing is, as well as how these zoning issues affect the housing choices available across the city. I think we saw several people come out to our trivia night. And this past summer, we transitioned to discussing the recommendations and getting more specific feedback on what this mix of housing types could look like and what that looked like in various neighborhood scenarios. You probably saw us at a variety of different farmers markets, beach bites, coffee chats with AARP, with our scenarios, and just discussing what these look like and what it means to have a neighborhood scale multi-unit in your neighborhood. And recently we've been presenting on general frameworks of what this neighborhood code is intended to do, and have invited public participation in the Joint Committee's last 9 meetings, spanning October to January.
All right, and then the last thing to close us out, the recommended zoning changes that are on your agenda tonight are just the first part of the neighborhood code work. The Joint Committee recognized that as we start to dig into the regulations in our residential districts, there are many, many related pieces, and we tried to bring you an amendment that addressed the core issues related to some of these goals we've articulated, but we know we have other things that we need to do. Namely, we need to spend more time working through some of the specifics for how a cottage court could be implemented in the city. This is something that the committee really wanted and supported, and that the Planning Commission will keep working on. We know we also need to dig in and do some more work around the standards for unique small lot configurations so that we can enable more freestanding developable lots, particularly if we want to see more single-family homes developed from existing lots. And then there's a bunch of related standards that have to deal with, or that deal with how we translate some of our existing planned unit development standards or development bonuses that apply to our existing residential districts that we'll need to work through in a subsequent amendment. You also see here that there are a ton of issues that came up over the course of this conversation that we agreed are very important issues for the city to talk about, but were not directly within the purview of the neighborhood code. So we tried over the course of the committee's work to capture these issues and make sure that people saw and understood that we were hearing them, and add them to the future work plans of the Planning Commission and your Ordinance Committee as well. So I think that's it for us, and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you. Thanks so much for this, this presentation. We'll go to the council for questions, comments to our guests or others regarding the neighborhood code. Councilor Bergman.
Sure, why not start? So thank you, that's really good. I've been focused on lots of other stuff. I have to admit to to everybody, I have not focused on this. And let me be honest, it's overwhelming. And anybody who would be in my situation who is not overwhelmed by the detail and the seriousness of this is either an Einstein or is fooling themselves and everybody else. Okay, so with that, let me just say that I know we need lots of housing. And as a general proposition, I look at all of the work that you've done, and I go, oh, this all looks great. So really, what I'm needing to do is grapple with where it all meets the road, the actuality of stuff. So let me just, got a few things that I need to understand. What's the time frame for this? I mean, we're referring it for public hearing. The motion didn't include a first reading, so I just really need to understand what we can expect so that I can understand how much I've got to like reorient all the other work I'm doing and focus on this.
Great. So the Joint Committee wanted to refer this to the council in order to give you time to consider it if you wanted during this current council's term. Tonight, the action that was recommended was to warn it for a public hearing, which would realistically happen in about a month, and would give you opportunity to hear from members of the community and from each other about what's proposed, and would also give the council time to make any potential changes and have another public hearing based on that feedback before the end of this council's term. So I think the timing in terms of what you would like to do with this as next steps is within the purview of the council.
So we're here for another 2 months as a sitting council. It's about 60 days. So I don't know that that is too much or too little for us. I mean, depends on how vigorous we act and how much objections there are to detail. So I just want to lay that out. And I would just say that I'm in favor of referring this to public hearing because that's where you actually get the particular objections to the particular proposals. And I would just say for those of you who have spoken tonight in opposition to that, for a decision maker like myself, it will be very helpful to tie specific objections to specific provisions because generalities is really not where we can, where I can fully understand what to do since in a general frame, in the general framework is we're looking to increase housing. So I would just sort of make that and encourage a process that would do that. One particular question is why didn't you upzone the whole city?
Yeah, great question.
I support that, by the way. You know, just
there were
do it
others
all.
as well. So I think as Councillor Traverse mentioned, the proposal that we initially brought forward was primarily looking at how all properties citywide could be allowed to have up to a 4-unit building and or multiple buildings on a lot. That was our main focus, is making sure all neighborhoods had similar opportunities for those housing types. And in terms of whether or not to recommend a neighborhood be zoned RL or RM, just has to do with the specifics on the ground. How big are the lots? How much is the existing coverage of impermeable surface on those lots versus how much land is there that somebody could actually add units on? And ultimately, one of the things that we saw as being really important was the lot size and the lot coverage as being important levers to ensure that all neighborhoods either had that opportunity or didn't. So for us, our initial staff recommendations were based on that. Over the course of the committee's discussion, there was also interest in considering the number of units that could be allowed in a building, and that became another factor in terms of some of the discussions about RL or RM. But I would say that the neighborhood code together, on the whole, represents opportunities for increased housing in every neighborhood.
And if I could just add to that, the committee was very split on that. We had a lot of discussion whether the RL should be converted to RM throughout the city, but ultimately, by a split, but it was decided to do it the way that's being proposed, in large part because but what we ended up focusing on was opportunities for new housing on lots. And in the places where where the committee decided to allow the change from RL to RM, those were the ones that, in the current way it is right now, there's very little opportunity overall in those districts to allow more housing on them. In the other lots, in the ones in RL that are proposed to remain RL, there's still in those areas a lot of opportunity for more housing there. So really we looked to see what was on the ground and where the opportunities were. Okay. But it was a fairly tight vote on that, or tight consensus on that.
Okay. I'm probably close to my time, so let me just say, it would be, we heard from former Councilor Busher that what started out as a missing middle had morphed into something much bigger. There were concerns about stormwater and the loss of green space. It would be really helpful to me to have the specific objections that have been placed into the public record already addressed with references to the sections that are applicable and how we're going to deal with that. We have heard that stormwater on Willard Street around Pearl, which would cover this, I mean, it just inundates the area. So, you know, Paul Bierman has said this for 20 years. And we want to make sure that we don't want to exacerbate it. I have a constituent on Booth Street who is talking about the great density that exists on in the Loomis Street area, particularly with college students. We heard that here tonight. I got an email about this. So those are serious concerns, you know, because as far as I'm concerned, that area is really dense right now. The Loomis Street, you know, School Street, Green Street, Hickok Place, you know, so I just need to understand that. And the last point I would just make, and we're talking about this in Tuke, is in doing the zoning, to me it would be important to also deal with the siting so that we can maximize, and this is more other places in the city than the old North End, to be able to have solar installations on rooftops. And we heard that there may not have been a consideration, or maybe that's a part two, I don't know. But I just want to throw that out in terms of the maximization. As we are going to do this, we want to be able to maximize the amount of solar that we can get on our rooftops to deal with all the climate issues that we've got. And thank you for your indulgence.
No worries. We'll move on. Councilor Grant, I do see you. Councilor Hightower will go, and then we'll come to you, Councilor Grant.
I think I just have to say, because I have to say it every time, we have such a great planning office, and I just love working with you in the way that you can have a committee of not just the planning committee, but city council committee, ordinance committee, which even has extra people on it. So just so many people go through the process, I think just speaks a lot to how your office works and tries to be a really neutral information provider, and just so much appreciation to you all. I think it's hard because to some I do think that there's a little bit of NIMBYism that was going on with the upzoning of people being like, well, I don't want this in my area, or if I do want it in my area, then I want it in everyone. I am supportive of upzoning the whole city to RM, but that being said, it's I don't think that I was on the development review board for a while, and there's also costs to being, in a lot of our neighborhoods in the East End, the majority of the homes are already, so when we're saying that's already dense, that means there won't be a lot of opportunity even after we upzone to infill any more housing, because it actually already is at that next level. And so when we say in the North Hill section that 68% of homes already have lot coverage over 45%, that means that those probably won't actually, 68% of homes probably won't be able to upzone even after they're now under RM. And so I think there's also, like, there are equity issues with, like, what we're talking about upzoning, but there's also equity issues with, you know, like, folks not being able to do things to their home because they're out of compliance, and so they have to go in front of the Development Review Board and ask to do things that other people in the city just get to do because they're not out of compliance with their zone. So it's not necessarily a bad thing that is happening to the people that live there. Sometimes it's actually like an opportunity, and if you want to add another door to and a small porch to your home, that's not something that you can't do because you're already seen as out of compliance. And so I very much, I do think that the East End, I supported a lot of upzoning on the East End, not least because we were often the ones who were on the threshold of, like, so many of our homes were already upzoned to the next level. And that said, I do think that I think that taking there has been a lot of public process on this, but sometimes it's hard to engage in public process until there's a product, right? Because either you have to go to all of the meetings or you just go to that one last meeting at the end. And I think it's unfair to expect people to have come to every one of the many, many meetings that we had. And so I think it's okay to slow down, take some time. I'm fine with setting it for public hearing if we want to do that, but I think giving time for that, I think we still need to do it this council term because we've taken a lot of time to get this planning committee and this council informed on this issue, and I think we need to make a decision one way or another. But I'm certainly supportive with keeping it to the March meetings and maybe setting a hearing earlier or making sure that we, as councilors, take the responsibility to bring that to our March NPAs. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Councilor Hightower. We'll go to you, Councilor Grant.
Thank you. Excuse me. So I went to a lot of the public engagement around this process. I was either in person or I watched it on Zoom. And I've been really supportive of all the conversations, and I think this is really important for our city. But looking at the amount of yellow, I'm very disappointed. This screams equity issues to me. This screams that people who live in certain areas, they're being protected in a way that I'm not comfortable with. So I really think we have to think about, I think every part of the city should be RM. We should just jump right there and not have areas of the city that quite frankly have wide areas. Like we are so, I'm in the Central District and we are so packed in most of our areas already. And just to leave such a big amount of space as RL is just, I want to move this forward, but people are not looking at the equity issues around this. They're really not understanding. And that's regrettable because we have a whole bunch of equity issues in this city. And this is just, to me, something else that I mean, I hear what you're saying, that it was discussed and it was split, and I just think it's a mistake and a bad look. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Councilor Grant. We'll go to Councilor Doherty and then Councilor McGee.
Thanks, President Paul. Like the other councilors, I also really very much appreciate all the work you've done, this presentation, all the work that the committee has done, particularly the level of engagement. I know it's been a sustained effort, and I know how much thought has gone into it, and I really appreciate that. I also, support the goals of this endeavor. I think we all do. I think we all recognize that, the city needs to build more housing. It needs to build more housing desperately, and it needs just this level of work to get us there. I, though, and I will try not to be repetitive, really do echo Councillor Grant's concerns about equity. You know, what leaps out to me when I look at the proposed changes is that the dividing line, you know, seems to be Main Street between, you know, what areas get switched over to RM versus what areas get switched over to RL. I think I understand your thinking and the committee's thinking about, you know, looking at this from existing lot size perspective and looking for opportunity. But to my mind, that is something that needs more attention. And particularly, because of course I represent the East District, you know, particularly when it comes to neighborhoods that have been for so long subject to such incredible pressure that arises from the University of Vermont's failure to, you know, build housing commensurate to its student growth, which is another issue that we are, of course, addressing. There's always a tension, right? There is always a tension between engaging in public process, making sure people understand the issues, giving people the opportunity to weigh in, and the need for the city to move forward on important decisions. We're going to talk about this in a moment with respect to the carbon fee tax and some other issues, and there's always a tension there. I, for one, though, feel like this needs more time, and I am really concerned with this 2-month window. Councillor Bergman talked about sort of the Einsteins on the city council and those who are fooling everyone. You know, as someone who's definitely not an Einstein and who's definitely not fooling anyone, I am concerned about this time frame and making sure that we are really taking seriously the possibility of unintended consequences with these important changes.
Thanks so much, Councillor Doherty. We'll go to Councillor McGee and then to Mayor Weinberger.
Thank you, President Paul, and thank you to the three of you for the presentation. I have not followed as closely as those who are involved, but this is something that I've been interested in for a while, and I live in a building that is currently on a lot, and excuse me, currently is out of compliance with zoning, and I have a shed that's falling down and can't be replaced because it was built before current zoning laws were passed. So I think this is a really important step forward. I really want to echo the calls for us to consider making medium density the floor. I think, you know, provided the opportunities exist for higher density housing in any of our neighborhoods, I think we need to make that a possibility and not stand in the way of it. I think that is something that we can get done in this council term, and would encourage all of us to lean in to do that work, because I don't think it behooves us to delay this beyond March. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor McGee. Andy, did you want to respond?
Yeah, I just want to talk a little bit more, if I may, for just a moment about the difference between the RM and the RL zoning. First, on our committee, as I said before, as we were considering that issue, we were fairly tightly split. And on the split, even those who were on one side or the other could probably, for the most part, have been easily swayed from one to the other. So if the council wants to make a change on that, I don't know that there'll be very many on the joint committee that would be that disappointed one way or the other. Having said that, though, just want to make sure that everybody looks at the difference between RL and RM. The RL, which is a low density, and RM, which is the medium density, both were vastly changed. The proposed change is quite significant on both of them. What you're able to do in RL and what you're able to do in RM under the proposed zoning is significantly more than what you were able to do under the current zoning. So even in the RL zones, there's a lot more that you could do in RL under the proposed zoning that you can do currently under the existing zoning. So as you look at this, I encourage you just dig into that a little bit deeper. Maybe, Megan, you want to talk a little bit more about that?
I was only going to add that it can seem very counterintuitive when we're talking about a framework of a zoning district that we've always seen as the low-density district. The proposed standards that we're talking about today are much more comparable to each other than they have ever been in the past. But I think the big thing comes down to just like, I think Councillor Hightower noted this, where is there going to be space for these homes to be created? And it's often within the RL areas where there is more physical space. And so that's one of the things that when we were thinking about the extent to which some of the standards may need to evolve in order to help implement the code, the amount of change that needed to happen in the areas that are currently or continue to be zoned RL is not as great as some of the areas that are RM. And so we're happy to provide some more examples of what we mean by that. It's a super wonky thing to visualize, and we can provide some examples of kind of real properties and what it might look like.
Thank you so much. We'll go to Mayor Weinberger.
Thank you, President Paul. I'm really kind of thrilled that we're here having this conversation tonight. I did not know when I proposed the neighborhood code a little more than 2 years ago as part of a new 10-point plan, how the next couple of years would evolve. I had very little sense that that we would have so many young people in this city focused on this housing issue, engaging the public process, as we heard again tonight, and as they have throughout the 9 committee meetings and other housing issues. We didn't know that state law would change and add momentum to the work that we are doing here. And we certainly didn't know that what has been a low-level crisis for decades, really, was going to metastasize into the hot acute crisis that we are facing right now with our unprecedented levels of homelessness and unsheltered homelessness and incredibly low vacancy rates and rising housing costs for everyone. I am so thankful for the city team that has worked so hard on this and that has done so much to give us visualizations and graphics and great data to think through here and to analyze as we come towards what I hope is near the end of the process. I'm thankful for the commissioners, the planning commissioners, and the counselors who have put so much time into this and have put this before us in a way that we can get this done. And that we can get this done, this administration and this council. I am sympathetic to the comments we've heard from counselors tonight that this is a lot to take in and that this is going to, is daunting to think about finishing this process. And clearly we are, the step that is proposed tonight is to get more public comment and to consider that comment formally through the public hearing process. We need to do that. We are getting to the stage of the process where often more voices come in and need to be heard. I would urge us to find a way to keep our eye on the calendar and take the steps that need to be taken so that this can pass by the end of March. The kind of effort that you have seen here tonight, the work that has gone here tonight, this is difficult to sustain. It will be dramatically interrupted if we wait and hand this work off to a new group of people that is likely to include numerous new individuals. And there's a real risk that all this work is wasted and comes to naught if we do that. We heard tonight from Bob Duncan. I was quite moved by Bob's comment that he has been waiting, he has been urging change like this since 1974. He lived through the long period in which we were moving in the wrong direction as a city and tightening and tightening and making it harder to build. Here's a moment, here's a chance where we can take a big step, corrective step back in the other direction. I'm quite sympathetic to concerns about unintended consequences. Certainly that happens frequently in public policy decisions, and we're right to be mindful of them. Zoning decisions, the nature of zoning and building is such that it's hard for me to imagine what the unintended consequence would be here, in that, but not impossible. I mean, I think generally the error we might make here is to make it possible to build more housing. And I guess I can envision how we might get that wrong and have some really negative impact on neighborhoods that are our beloved neighborhoods. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I don't think generally building new buildings does that. But you know, if it were to happen, the nature of zoning is that these unintended consequences can be corrected and corrected quickly. We change the zoning ordinance all the time. If there's really something we don't get quite right here, it can be fixed in the future. And so I hope we don't let a concern about undefined unintended consequences get in the way of us taking critical action. Probably the most significant action we will have taken in my time here to really try to do something meaningful about the housing crisis. Thank you, President Paul.
Thank you, Mayor Weinberger. We'll go to Councilor Shannon.
Thank you, President Paul. And I want to thank Megan and Sarah and the city staff that has worked on this for so long, because the work you did before it ever even came to the committee really presented a new opportunity for the city for very thoughtful change to provide that missing middle. From the beginning of this process, there was a decision to fast track it, to have the ordinance committee meet with the planning commission rather than successively. And I objected to that, but I think I was the only one who objected to that, so on we went. And I think it was a good process. I think it was good to engage the ordinance committee earlier. But our council rules actually require us to refer it to the ordinance committee, and it was agreed that that could be done. And I know a lot of people don't want to do that, and I said I would wait to hear from the public before deciding whether I would refer this to the ordinance committee or not. So I want to explain that in the decisions about whether to upzone just certain RL districts to RM or all of them, the concept to upzone all of them came from the committee. That did not come from the staff. And it was pointed out that there was a logic behind increasing some neighborhoods to RM. It wasn't all on one side of Main Street. But when I saw the neighborhood around Loomis Street being upzoned to RM, I did mention in those meetings some concern about this is where there are a lot of student housing pressures, and there could be really dramatic change there based on this zoning change, and I was concerned about that. My own neighborhood was also upzoned from RL to RM, as was South Union Street, and there are probably some others that I'm not thinking of at the moment. But it wasn't limited to one side of Main Street. The other decision that came through the committee process was the ability to have many more units per building. The concept that was initially proposed was we currently have the zoning only allows for one primary building on a lot. And some people have wanted to build a tiny house or something, and they've been prevented from doing that. So that was kind of the original process, but that morphed into something much more intense in the committee process. And I think that's also what's bringing a lot of concern for those that live so close to the university about the potential to be taken over by an increase in student enrollment by the institution. And since 2019, they have added 1,000 new students to our neighborhoods. I think this is a very reasonable concern that people have. I also think that one of the speakers was right that a lot of people probably don't really understand what is being proposed here, because as Councilor Bergerman said, there's a lot, and we need time to digest that. But the reason for changing some of those for changing the RL zoned areas to RM was made based on the data that was provided by staff that showed the very little change, even though on paper you can go from 35% lot coverage to 60, based on what's on the ground, very little change would be allowed because you're already, what's built long before there was zoning is already exceeding that. So in order to allow changes, which is often exactly the kind of changes residents want, they may just want to put an addition on their property. It's not even necessarily changing it from a single-family home to a duplex. Or they could change it from a single-family home to a duplex were it not for a few extra feet of lot coverage. So it allows those changes to happen. I think if we refer it to ordinance at this point, I don't think we get it back to this council in time. I don't think the entire process of referring to ordinance, sending it back to city council, and getting 2 warned meetings happens within the time frame that we have allowed. So while I was considering referring it to the ordinance committee, what I'm hearing around the table is that people want some time for the public to be able to weigh in further, to give further consideration and the possibility for changes. But I also hear around the table a desire to do it with this council. So I am not going to make that motion at this time, but I think I would appreciate it if staff, and if you can tell me if this is possible, if staff could communicate on Front Porch Forum some of the changes, particularly from what was originally proposed by staff, what we have in front of us now, so that people, and it's because it is very complicated, it is very hard, and I have personally tried to reduce this to a Front Porch Forum post, and I know you have also been sharing this information on Front Porch Forum, but I think that would be helpful to people to just highlight how this has changed. It's intended to be infill development. It has gotten to something more intense than that. And the other issue that it did come up in committee about considering stormwater runoff and our infrastructure's ability to absorb the potential development that's being proposed here. And the answer was, that's not really a function of zoning. But if we were proposing this as, if we're proposing as a singular development, the kind of development we're expected, they'd have to go through major impact review and all these things would be considered. So it'd be good to get some input from the affected city departments about water and sewer, and if everything is being electrified, our ability to meet those needs. And with that, I am willing to let this go to a public warning and consider, I still don't rule out the possibility that we decide this needs more work by the council and a possible referral to the ordinance committee, recognizing it wouldn't get done with this council, and there are drawbacks to that. But it doesn't sound to me like that's where we are at this time. And I do think that this is a wonderful opportunity for the city. In my own neighborhood, I always reflect on the fact that it was built before zoning. And it's really varied in, we have at least one lot that's almost 100% lot coverage and very, very dense housing. And then it's varied throughout the neighborhood. And personally, I like that it's not all uniform. And there may be more opportunity to do that kind of thing with this type of zoning. It doesn't mean that it is monolithically built out. It was also pointed out, where we allow up to 10 or 12 units on a lot, in theory, you're going to have to meet the affordable housing requirement after 5 units, which makes it pretty unlikely to build it out to that intensity. But the possibility is there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will go to Councilor Carpenter and then Councilor Travers.
Thanks, and thanks, Councilor Shannon. And I appreciate all of that, and I too really want to go forward. We have done so much work, but I appreciate that the public can't digest it. So I'm just sort of suggesting that if we move along with the public hearing process, somehow we ask planning to wedge in a public work session, because I do think people are not necessarily accurately interpreting what they're reading. They may be assuming that there'll be all of these new ginormous buildings on some of these lots. And I just think if we could plan a session where people could actually ask questions. And I know in the, the committee process, we're more flexible about that. When we get to a public hearing process, we're usually not. People just tell us what they're thinking. So perhaps in the next few weeks, we could think of a public session where people could come and ask questions, maybe understand better, because I think there is some misunderstandings about how we could apply this, but at the same time, not slow it down.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. We'll go to Councilor Travers.
Thanks, and so Director Tuttle, not to put you on the spot, but I was going to have the same comment as Councilor Carpenter there, which is, from your perspective, I mean, my understanding is that the hearing here would be warned for 2 meetings out from today, and whether or not between now and then what your office's bandwidth is to conduct any sort of public forum and engagement session like that Councilor Carpenter was discussing.
Yeah, I think that we can put something together. We would need to take a look at the upcoming schedule of NPA meetings and other notable evening meetings to make sure we could find a time, but typically we can find a night in there somewhere. And I'll say too that Councilor Bergman asked at the beginning about the public hearing warning date. We don't always include a date in your motion because there can be some flexibility in terms of the schedule. So if for some reason we would have a challenge with finding an opportunity to do a public Q&A session before that public hearing, we can also circle back to you about the date of that hearing and confirm whether it's 2 meetings out or if there's some more flexibility there. So happy to work with you on that.
Okay. And then this is more of a process question just for the council to fully understand, sort of a couple parliamentary inquiries, whether for you, Director Tuttle, or for the city attorney's office, which is if whenever that public hearing was warned, the council were to make any substantive changes to the ordinance, my understanding is it would then have to be warned for a second public hearing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if we were to, and the earliest meeting we can warn this public hearing for is our meeting on February 26th.
That's right.
Correct? Okay.
Logistically, yes.
All right. So if we were to wait until our meeting on March 11th, for example, and make any substantive changes, then that in all likelihood would then bump this into the next council year because we would need more time to warn the second public hearing on those changes. Is that
That's right? Yes.
Okay. So That's my roundabout way of suggesting that we try our best, if the interest in this council is for this to be accomplished within this council year, which is something that I would strongly suggest and support, that we work towards warning this for a public hearing at our meeting on February 26th, and to the extent it's possible for your office to do so, to put together a public engagement session. I suspect that the NPA meetings in February are likely fairly town meeting centric and built out already in terms of an agenda. But that doesn't mean if your office were to put together a public forum that we couldn't invite our NPA steering committees and ask for their assistance in getting those advertisements out to their groups, as well as us on the city council and your office advertising this on Front Porch Forum and other forums as well. So that would be my suggestion. My other parliamentary inquiry for the city attorney's office is whether or not, although this is being warned for a public hearing, does that preclude the ordinance committee from deciding to meet on this, even though it's not actually before the committee, to discuss as a committee whether or not there's any items that we would like to bring back for the council's consideration at the public hearing.
No, I don't think it precludes you. I don't think that you're being charged by the city council per se, as the full body's not taking an action to move it back to the committee. But I think as a group of city councilors who sit on the ordinance committee, if you chose to warn a meeting and hold a discussion around the item and look to, again, add substantive changes and bring that forward, then yeah, by all means, you are permitted to do so.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that, and certainly an item for the ordinance committee to potentially take back up. I would look forward to a public engagement session like that, Director Tuttle. I appreciate that I have the luxury of 9 joint committee meetings to fully understand the proposal before us and hear what Councilor Bergman and others have been saying about needing some additional time to get their heads around it. And it was actually towards the end of that process that we were going through that we took a look at the data, like Councilor Shannon mentioned, and it really helped to sort of crystallize what we're trying to do here from my perspective. And we've heard from some neighbors and some council members about the neighborhood around, Loomis Street and Henry Street in Ward 1, for example, Councilor Doherty. And, we looked at data towards the end of that process that showed us that right now in that neighborhood, 68% of the lots there are already built out to more than 45% lot coverage. And so if we were to keep that neighborhood as residential low, then that means that 68% of the lots in that neighborhood would have no opportunity to grow beyond where they are right now. 93% of the lots in that neighborhood are currently non-conforming because of other considerations like setbacks and lot size and so on. So if we were to keep our ordinance as is right now, 93% of those lots have some restrictions right now in one way or another in terms of renovations and additions or potentially an accessory dwelling unit. Even in moving that neighborhood to residential medium, still 36% of the lots in that neighborhood are already built out to greater than 60% lot coverage. So even in doing that, the lot coverage on 36% of the lots in that neighborhood can't grow any further. But I can say that I think from our committee's perspective, and I agree with Chair Montrell's comments here, that there was some debate on this, but ultimately I think where the Joint Committee landed is that it's better to give 64% of the lots in that neighborhood an opportunity to grow than it is to give only 32% of the lots in that neighborhood an opportunity to grow. And that's where we landed on a data-driven decision. But I hear the concerns, look forward to further engagement with the public. Ultimately, I'm excited about this proposal and think it takes us a big step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Travers. Councilor Doherty, and then my apologies. Councilor Grant, your hand is raised. Did you want back in the queue? Oh, you did. Okay. So we'll go to Councilor Doherty, then Councilor Grant, and then we're going to go to a vote.
Thanks, President Paul. A number of meetings ago, probably at this late hour or similar late hour, Councilor Bergman, on some issue, said that he understood how to lose gracefully and count votes. I see that there appears to be little or no support for a motion to refer this to the Ordinance Committee, so I'll spare us the making of it. But I just want to note that I am still uncomfortable. I am somewhat comforted, but not comforted enough about the timing issue and the level of public engagement, and not completely persuaded by the arguments, although thoughtful, that have been brought forward So I will not be voting yes to move this forward.
Thank you, Councilor Doherty. We'll go to Councilor Grant.
Thank you. So a couple of things. I heard the arguments for like this wide swath of yellow, why it would stay low as opposed to medium. I hear what you're saying. I just feel my comments stand. I think RM should be the floor, period. If we want to be real in creating opportunities throughout the city, it really looks like favoritism. And then I also want to kind of give a shout out to the UVM MOU, because that comes into play here. When I look at the issues in my district about how we have, I've heard the term studentification recently, just like all these students in these particular areas, and the way investors are moving in and what they're doing to these communities. So there's definitely a real fear of that, right? And I know my neighbors up in Ward 1 definitely have this concern as well. And so a big part of this is, what do we do with the UVM MOU? How can we improve it so that these concerns that we have about the rapid increase in student population, you know, what more can we do? Because I feel like the two are kind of related. So I just wanted to bring that into the discussion as well. And I feel if both pieces, I don't know. I guess we're not where I would say we should be with the MOU, and I think that is what gives some discomfort with how this would affect certain neighborhoods that are already dealing with this issue of student housing that is pushing out families, pushing out people who might consider coming to work in Burlington, etc. But I think that we have to have, for sake of equity and looking like we care about equity, we have to know that other areas would be willing to take on even more. Even though going to RL could allow them more, it should just be RM should be the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. We're going to go to a vote, and this is, remember that the motion is to waive the reading, suspend the rules, and warn for a public hearing. It is not part of the recommended action. The date, however, the date of the public hearing will be February 26th. Since we have someone joining us by Zoom and it does not appear this will be unanimous, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Councilor Barlow?
Yes.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Carpenter?
Yes.
Councilor Jang?
Yes.
Councilor Doherty?
No.
Councilor Grant?
Yes.
Councilor Hightower?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor McGee?
Yes.
Councilor Shannon?
Yes.
Councilor Travers?
Yes.
City Council President Paul?
Yes.
11 ayes, 1 nay.
11 yes and 1 no. That motion passes. So that is referred for a public hearing that will be held on February 26th. And in the meantime, there will be efforts by the Planning and Zoning, or Planning Office, my apologies, it's force of habit, to bring the public in a little bit more and have even perhaps more than one opportunity for the public to really engage in this, as well as potentially an ordinance committee meeting. So thank you very, very much for all of your work and all your effort. Is there anything else you wanted to add before we move on?
No, we'll look forward to following up with you about additional opportunities for input, and I appreciate force of habit. I said board docs earlier, so.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that. It is a force of habit. After 12 years of using board docs, it's hard to snap out of that. We will move on to item number 2, or 8.2, which is a resolution Cambrian Rise, the development agreement, for, Second Amendment. And for a motion, I'll go to Councilor Carpenter.
Thank you. I would move the agreement as presented on civic clerk. I was going to say board docs. And recommend waiving the reading and adopting the resolution.
Okay, so a motion is made to waive the reading and adopt the resolution. Is there a seconded by Councilor Jang? Councilor Carpenter, did you want the floor back?
Just 1 second. When we saw the presentation, I think it was well explained, the importance of this, and I certainly hope we can support it and go forward. It's certainly been a great addition to my neighborhood.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilor Carpenter. Are there any other councilors who wanted to speak to this resolution? Seeing none, we will go to a vote and we'll give it a try. All those in favor of the motion to waive the reading and adopt the...
We still need to do a roll call because we have one counselor absent on Zoom,
Okay,
not in the
I
room.
thought that if it was potentially unanimous, we could do that.
No, if it's a hybrid, it needs to be a roll call.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
I don't even know why I disagreed with you. We'll go to a roll call. Thank
Councilor
you.
Barlow?
Yes.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Carpenter?
Yes.
Councilor Jang?
Yes.
Councilor Doherty?
Yes.
Councilor Grant?
Yes.
Councilor Hightower?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor McGee?
Yes.
Councilor Shannon?
Yes. Yes.
Councilor Travers?
Yes.
City Council President Paul?
Yes.
12 ayes.
That motion passes unanimously, which moves us on to item 8.3, which is a resolution, Town Meeting Day 2024, Carbon Pollution Impact Fee Ballot Question. I believe I am going to Councilor Bergman.
Thank you. I would move the waive the reading and adopt the resolution and ask for the floor back after a second, please.
Okay. Is there a second to that? Seconded by Councilor King. I egregiously was very bad during the neighborhood code discussion about keeping to the 5-minute limit. That was that was a free pass for everyone, okay? I will not point fingers, but that was a free pass for everyone. We're gonna start with the 5-minute rule starting now.
On your mark, get set, go. So winter rains we've experienced this week. Floods are happening all around. So let's be really clear about the ongoing crisis that is costing a lot of money. What this resolution simply asks for is to allow the voters to decide whether to authorize the carbon fee on all fuel systems that emit carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases, not just fossil fuel systems. It closes a loophole in last year's vote that we were told before the vote was brought to us, when it was brought to us and people complained and asked us to keep it off the ballot, and we said, well, no, at least I did in voting for it to get on the ballot, we're going to be able to address that. But this is important. The perfect will not be the enemy of the good. We went forward. Now is the time to allow us the opportunity to close that loophole, to allow us to tailor our ordinance for when the state passes its clean heat standard, which is not going to happen. Everybody talks as if it's in place and we're somehow out of compliance with it. We are not, and this vote would not put us out of compliance with anything, because all it will do was give us the opportunity to change our ordinance, and to do it in a timely fashion in line with when that standard is going to be adopted a year approximately from, say, today. we absolutely need to cut to the greatest degree possible emissions, and this really does allow us to create a process to be able to do that. Let me conclude pretty much by saying this doesn't lock us in. The arguments against putting this on the ballot just they just don't hold up. It doesn't. We were told tonight that we're excluding renewable natural gas. That's just as flat out wrong. All this says is that we can put a fee on it if we so choose. It's disingenuous fear-mongering to put that out. I'm disappointed that somebody of the stature that did that. People complain about the process, but there's nothing in allowing us to vote that short circuits a decent process that includes all the stakeholders. And again, what this will do is allow us to tailor it to the clean state standard, which means that we can have sliding scales. It does not have to be an all or nothing approach like we did. I ask you to support putting this on the ballot. Thank you. At 3 minutes and 15 seconds.
Thank you, Councillor Bergman. Councillor King, and then we'll go to Councillor Barlow.
Thank you to everyone who came out tonight to speak in support of this item, specifically the young folk and Ward 8 residents. I will be supporting this item as Councillor Bergman so eloquently spoke to it. We're living in a climate crisis, and we see those effects each and every day. I frankly fail to see how this item is controversial. The approval that went forward last year didn't include all necessary fuels, and so this is literally just closing a gap, and so I hope that the rest of you can vote in support of it.
Thank you so much, Councillor King. We'll go to Councillor Barlow.
Thank you, President Paul. On November 20th, this council passed a carbon pollution impact fee ordinance on buildings over 50,000 square feet and on new construction. That ordinance went into effect this month. The ordinance was developed following multiple years of stakeholder and public engagement and data analysis by BED and DPI, Department of Permitting and Inspections. And it was deliberated at 6 meetings by 2 committees, Ordinance and TUC. In the end, the ordinance kept renewable biofuels like renewable natural gas in the mix of compliance options. Both state policy and our own net zero energy roadmap contemplate renewable biofuels as tools for achieving our goal of eliminating our use of fossil fuels. This is not a loophole. This is intentional. Stakeholders affected by this new ordinance have been supportive of its development and implementation, but they also need regulatory stability and predictability as they do capital planning. And they have signaled their concern about the city potentially changing compliance rules in the near term. UVM, UVM-MC, and BBA all came to TUC on our meeting on January 9th to voice their opposition to tinkering with this new ordinance so soon after passage. UVM and UVM-MC came again tonight to express their concern during public forum. Asking for the authority to increase the carbon pollution impact fee and to regulate biofuels are changes that significantly impact the institutions who worked with us in good faith on this ordinance, and I will not be supporting this resolution, even though I respect the work of my fellow councilors on TUC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Barlow. We'll go to Councillor McGee.
Thank you, President Paul. I think it's important to note for the public and for councilors that this doesn't tinker with the ordinance. It simply gives us the ability to include these fuels in future discussions. So it's not as though this ballot measure passing on March 5th means that these fuels will be included on March 6th. It just simply gives us the ability to accurately reflect, be it what state policy suggests is good, carbon emitting energy, versus what we know to be true, that those are still emitting carbon into the atmosphere. And whether we like it or not, decades of failed policy have gotten us to this point, and it does not make sense for us to stand in the way of us furthering our climate goals by passing this and putting it on the ballot and letting voters decide whether or not we should move forward with this. I think we all should be supportive of giving voters the chance to say whether or not they support this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor McGee. Councillor Grant?
Thank you. We keep kicking the can. People keep wanting to kick the can, and we're just running out of room. So we need to really move this forward, and we just need to move this forward. I don't know how much more delay that we can have in taking serious steps. I think if anything, it'll make these larger institutions work harder and faster to resolve these issues and questions that they have. And I just agree completely with what Councillor McGee just said. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Grant. Councillor Carpenter?
Thanks. I worked a lot with the first resolution that went onto the ballot as a charter change, and it took a lot of splaining, as they say. I can't approve something where we don't have the data that we need about who this affects, what it affects. And there's an alternate proposal that we take the time to get the data. If we're going to promote this and really get out there and try to get it passed, I need to understand what sits behind this. We did have an opportunity this fall during the ordinance and the TOOC process to propose a ballot amendment. To propose it 5 weeks before we're going to vote on it just seems not prudent. If we'd wanted a ballot item 3 months ago, 4 months ago, TOOC could have considered it, ordinance could have considered it, but there was no conversation about a ballot item. There was conversation about what this covered, and as Councilor Barlow pointed out, there was a decision not at this point in time to include this. So if we're going to change the rules of the game, I think we need to take the time we need to figure out what's behind that. And that's the prudent thing to present to voters. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Councillor Carpenter. Councillor Bergman.
Round two. I wasn't going to say anything more, but I have to say, the TOOC spent a really long time focused on the ordinance under the rules that we were given. We then let the ordinance committee do that, and that is what happened. We made it very clear, and we tried to work within those. When that was all done, then this came, and it came at a totally appropriate time. Months, November is, and there is no possible surprise, since we have been talking about this throughout the whole process of the ordinance adoption. Raised right at the beginning of the discussions in TOOC in terms of the problems, and we tried to deal with it within the confines of that ballot item. So it is not a fair argument against bringing this forward. One wants to say all the other things that were raised about this, but that is just, we did nothing but work within the rules that we were given, and we worked diligently. My co-sponsor and I worked diligently to try to make that all work. We actually split on that process. I think in part because of the confines of the existing authorization that we have. We have a chance right now to cure that, and we should take that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Bergman. Seeing no others in the queue, we will go to a vote. Oh, of course. Go ahead, Councillor Jang.
Thank you, President. And this is for Councillor Bergman or the makers of this resolution. Upon passage of this ballot item from the voters, will they have another opportunity to weigh in on the amount of, fees that will be associated with it?
The answer is yes, absolutely, because this does nothing but says that it can be applied. So it has to then go to the ordinance process. There will be a long process. I am committed to that.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. With that, and seeing no others in the queue, we will go to a vote. And remember, keep in mind, this is a resolution. The motion is to waive the resolution, to waive the reading and adopt the resolution. We will go to a roll call vote.
Councillor Barlow?
No.
Councillor Bergman?
Yes.
Councillor Carpenter?
No.
Councillor Jang?
Yes.
Councillor Doherty?
No.
Councillor Grant?
Yes.
Councillor Hightower?
Yes.
Councillor King?
Yes.
Councillor McGee?
Yes.
Councillor Shannon?
No.
Councillor Travers?
No.
City Council President Paul?
No.
6 ayes, 6 nays.
6 ayes and 6 nays, so the motion fails. That will bring us to item 8.4, which is a resolution, the implementation of a carbon pollution impact fee. I believe I'm returning to Councillor Bergman. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And I hope that this will be very short because we're at a time that we're going to need to suspend our rules. But to start, I'm going to move to waive the reading and adopt the resolution and ask for the floor back after a second.
Okay, so a motion is made to waive the reading and adopt the resolution, seconded by Councillor King. The floor is yours, Councillor Bergman.
Thank you. This is closer to what was originally referred to the TOOC, but it basically has referring it to the TOOC to work through the details of the size of the buildings that would be involved, the fee, the fuels that are involved. This and the next item on the agenda are, in my mind, not necessarily in conflict with each other. And I have tried to work with the sponsors of that item as well as my co-sponsor in this. And would it be appropriate, I think, if you would nod, to just at this late hour, I think that we are still going to try to work to thread a needle and come together with a proposal that can garner widespread support. And I'm committed to trying to do that. And that blends these two things and also gets to the voters something that is significant and important. And with that, I would move to postpone to our February 12th meeting.
Okay, so what it sounds like you're doing, you've made a motion first to waive the reading and adopt the resolution. You're now making a motion to postpone, a postponement to a definite time. Those would appear to be in conflict with one another. So it would seem as though a motion has been made. You can amend your motion, and it sounds to me like that's what you're trying to do. Is that what you're trying to do?
If that is the appropriate parliamentary proposal, so I don't have to go.
Unless the seconder finds it a friendly amendment to the motion.
Does the seconder find it friendly? The seconder finds it friendly. So
I don't need to get into a pretzel. I just want to get it referred to.
Okay, we understand. That's no problem. So a motion to postpone for a definite time. We have a second. We can debate that. Perhaps maybe we won't need to, but we could if we need to, and then we can go to a vote. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion to postpone to our next meeting on February 12th? Counselor Carpenter, and then we'll go to Counselor
I'm
Travers.
just trying to get a clarification, which sounds like the maker of this motion and the maker of a subsequent motion are looking to get together and see if they can come to more consensus?
That is correct.
Yes. Thank you, Counselor Carpenter. Counselor Travers.
Yes, thank you. And to offer some further clarity on that when we get to the next agenda item, I will be similarly moving to postpone that item until February 12th. If I could just speak to this item briefly, I think that, we've heard from some members of the public and we received some comments that the next resolution was in one form or another an opportunity to sort of kick the proverbial can down the road. And speaking for myself, that was in no way the intention of that resolution. I think even our last agenda item, as well as this agenda item, it talked about potentially putting ballot language together on ordinance changes that would take effect in January of 2025. And my commitment to Councilor Bergman is in reviewing the item that we're postponing now and in reviewing the item that we will hopefully be postponing here momentarily, that the intention here would be to review the items that are included in this motion, including at least the possibility of an expansion of our carbon fee, to view what is proposed in our next agenda item, which is to ask the city staff and the experts at BED and DPI to provide input and feedback on their own recommendations as to the best climate policies in order to address greenhouse gas emissions in our building sector. For that review to include both a review of our existing
Point of
carbon
information.
Yes.
Yeah, isn't this
We'll try to
motion?
keep- Let's try to keep to the resolution
We-
before us, please.
Motion to postpone. I think that's what
Yes,
we need to
we're just
talk
talking
about.
motion to postpone this one,
Well,
as best you can, please.
yeah, I believe it's germane because it's explaining why I'm supporting the motion to postpone, because I do believe that we have an opportunity here to combine and look for some consensus on both the items proposed in this agenda as well as the next resolution, as well as to consider looking at the renewable fuels portfolio as well, and some ideas there. So I do think that there's an opportunity here for us to still postpone this, bring it back to the council, and do something meaningful on the same schedule that is proposed in the matter before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Travers. If there is no one else, there is. Counselor Barlow.
Thank you, President Paul. I just want to simply acknowledge the willingness of Councilors King and Bergman to collaborate with Councilor Travers and I on this. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Just wanted to also note, so that because we're going to be going to the next one, we'll go to the next resolution. But before we get to that, just do want to admonish the council that we have a very busy agenda on the 12th of February. I would ask that parties work diligently to find common ground in a way that does not take up huge amounts of council time, if at all possible. I would rather see a motion to be made to move this to the next meeting if it can't be done by the 12th, just simply because we have a very, very busy agenda that evening, at least at this point. If there's no one else who's in the queue, we can go to a vote. So this is a motion to postpone to our next meeting. I think we should probably go to a roll call vote.
Counselor Barlow?
Yes.
Counselor Bergman?
Yes.
Counselor Carpenter?
Yes.
Counselor Jang?
Yes.
Counselor Doherty?
Yes.
Counselor Grant?
No.
Counselor Hightower?
Yes.
Counselor King?
Yes.
Counselor McGee?
Yes.
Counselor Shannon?
No.
I'm sorry? No. Thank you. Counselor Travers?
Yes.
City Council President Paul?
Yes.
10 ayes, 2 nays.
10 ayes and 2 nays, the motion passes, which moves us to item 8.4, I'm sorry, that was 8.4. 8.5, resolution, climate policy review and next steps for existing commercial and industrial buildings less than 50,000 square feet. Yes?
Point of order, could I make a motion to suspend the rules to allow us to complete our deliberative agenda?
That would be a wonderful
I would like to do that.
motion. Seconded by Councillor McGee. Thank you for reminding me. All those is there any discussion on the motion to suspend our rules to finish our deliberative agenda? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously, so we're good to go until we finish for the remainder of our deliberative agenda. Going to a motion. I believe, are we going to Councillor Travers?
Sure.
Yes? Okay.
I would move to postpone item 8.5 to our meeting on February 12th.
Okay, motion to postpone this resolution till our meeting on February 12th. Councillor Hightower, were you making a second? Seconded by Councillor Hightower. Is there any discussion on the motion to postpone? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. We'll go to a vote. I do not know if this will be unanimous, so we'll go to a roll call vote.
Counselor Barlow?
Yes.
Counselor Bergman?
Yes.
Counselor Carpenter? Yes. Counselor Jang?
Yes.
Counselor Doherty?
Yes.
Counselor Grant?
No.
Counselor Hightower?
Yes.
Counselor King?
Yes.
Counselor McGee?
Yes.
Counselor Shannon?
No.
Counselor Travers?
Yes.
City Council President Paul?
Yes.
10 ayes, 2 nay.
That motion passes on a vote of 10 to 2, which brings us to the last item on our deliberative agenda. That's 8.6, a resolution, March 5, 2024, the annual city meeting, increase in public safety tax rate for fire and police purposes authorized. And for a motion, I will go to Councillor Barlow to move this forward.
I move to waive the resolution or waive the reading and adopt the resolution.
Thank you so much. Motion is made to waive the reading and adopt the resolution, seconded by Councillor McGee. Councillor Barlow, did you wish the floor back?
I did not.
Okay.
I am expecting the administration would like to speak to this.
Okay, so we started off our evening, what seems like quite a while ago, with a wonderful presentation from the CAO on the issue of that is before us. Perhaps it would be wise to bring that up again. I don't know if there will be other questions. And Councillor Grant, CAO Schott is going to share a screen. So if you do wish to speak, you just speak up because I can't see you. So I believe that you had finished the presentation. We got through all of that. Are there counselors who have questions of the administration or comments on the resolution before us? Councillor Hightower.
I'll be brief, which is just to say that we asked most of the departments to cut their budget by 2% not too long ago, and now we're looking for additional cuts within those departments, or efficiencies, however we want to call that. And at the same time, I feel like I still don't know, like we don't have a lot of information on what this is going to, and I don't feel like I have a total understanding of why even before we implemented some of the retention services, we didn't seem to have any savings in the police department budget. So I think there's a lot of question marks that I have and a lot of concerns that I have. But I'm not going to keep this from going in the ballot, especially given what the administration has said. I wouldn't want to put the next administration in a tough spot or unable to make that plan. So I will be voting to put it on the ballot, which is not necessarily an endorsement of the item itself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Hightower. Are there other counselors who wish to speak to Counselor Zhang, and then we'll go to Counselor Bergman?
Thank you. I think I just heard a beautiful characterization of this issue, and this is again a tax increase, public safety tax increase coming to the voters of Burlington, which I believe is not timely, which I believe we could have prevented it from happening, and which I believe is not fair, let's say, to the Burlingtonians. It seemed that this city, we've been focusing on rebuilding for quite some time without even paying a close attention about spending within the Burlington Police Department. From my perspective, we have bigger issues in front of us, which is how do we educate our children well? How do we build them a new high school, right? And also, how do we keep low income and families and people within the city of Burlington? People are being taxed out of this city. And as a member of the Board of Finance, over and over and over again, I witnessed this city council, this Board of Finance, changing, reclassifying a lot of positions. And most of them also, you have to go back retroactively and pay the time in which this was reclassified. It seems as if we have billions and billions of dollars, and the time have changed. We need to try to work and stay within our means. We need to stay to become a little bit conservative. This is not only about the police department. At the same time, I completely agree, and I am thankful that this administration is already working on every single department to be reviewed. Again, we are working with consultants in order to understand what are saving mechanisms we can identify and make it happen. To that, we left out the Burlington Police Department. I believe that public safety is eroding, and I don't believe that just increasing the tax for things that are not related to the bargainings with the unions that we have is not founded. But what Councillor Hightower just said, I voted against it in Board of Finance. I'll be voting in support to go to the ballot, and this is not an endorsement of me supporting this. I'll be voting no when it goes to the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zhang. Councillor Bergman, did you wish the floor? Yes.
Yeah, just very briefly to say I support putting this on the ballot. I think there are a lot of reasons for us to support the passage of this. There are serious questions that have been raised by my fellow councillors just now. We raise them, and this will give an opportunity to find other efficiencies and to other sources of revenue. I spoke to this somewhat at the Board of Finance a week ago. Today's was helpful, and I look forward to continuing the conversation because we absolutely have to fund the commitments that we have made and do it in a way that really is very holistic in our approach to public safety. And this will allow us to do that. So I will support this.
Thank you, Councillor Bergman. We'll go to Councillor Barlow.
Thank you, President Paul. I also will be supporting this tonight. As I have said in the Board of Finance, I would prefer to have a lot more clarity on where savings can be had, but I also realize that we don't have the operational analysis yet to do that sort of deep dive and to understand what the potential savings are. What we're asking is the authority to tax up to fill $1.8 million of the projected shortfall this year. Every penny of the public safety tax increase amounts to about $600,000 of additional revenue, and I'm hoping that we, even though we're asking for this authority, that we won't have to exercise all of it, and that we'll be able to ask for something smaller. But I also know that we can't, as the mayor pointed out in the Board of Finance, ask for this sort of mid-fiscal year. We have to do it on town meeting day, or we have to do it by, I guess, June 30th, correct? So we don't have a lot of time to do it, so we may as well put it on the town meeting day ballot rather than hold the special election, which we were also told at Board of Finance would cost upwards of $200,000. So I think it would be fiscally imprudent to hold off and get a better understanding of what the actual tax increase need was. So for that reason, my long-windedness at this late hour, I'm supporting this tonight.
Thank you. So we'll go to Councillor McGee, and then we'll go to Councillor Zhang.
Thank you, President Paul. I have heard concerns from constituents, essentially since I got elected a number of years ago, about the affordability crisis that we face here in the city. And that is only worsening as the ARPA funds are allocated and spent. And that means that we're going to be having some really difficult budget conversations. Largely will be put on the shoulders of the next council and the next administration. And so I am supporting this tonight because it would be, I think, imprudent for us to remove that tool for a future council and a future administration. It would not be wise for a special election to be called for a tax increase, potentially careening us towards a government shutdown at the end of June. And I think, this leads us to broader questions of the sustainability of our property tax system. And I just hope that in having this conversation about raising the public safety tax leading up to the election in March and leading up to the budget discussion in May and June, that we do place a greater emphasis on working with the legislature to reform the property tax system, because I think not just with the municipal side of the property taxes, but we're seeing it with the increase to the school side across the state as well. So I think not just Burlington, but many communities are going to be having these hard conversations, and this is just the beginning of that. So I will be supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. We'll go to Councillor Zhang, and then Carpenter.
I pass.
Okay. We'll go to Councillor Carpenter and then Councillor Shannon.
I don't want to repeat what my colleague said. I just keep wanting to remind us that built into this is a $3 million expectation that we can find efficiencies. And that's a big number. So we need this increase to put the package together and make us whole. And the devil will be in the details during our budgeting sessions in May, and that we got a lot of work behind us. And I do want to just make one comment relative to Councilor McGee, that I hope we continue our advocacy with the state, particularly on those issues, how the homestead credit works or does not work, because remembering 70% of our taxes are education related, and that's, in my opinion, not working very well.
Thank you, Councillor Carpenter. We'll go to Councillor Shannon.
Thank you, President Paul. I just want to say that, the sad fact is that the taxes are unaffordable and basic services are required and expected by our constituents. And so looking at this tax only funds 1 year of the rebuilding plan. It doesn't get us to the 87 officers that we have approved and that are broadly accepted as a minimal number that's needed for our police department to be healthy. It requires $3 million worth of cuts to we don't know what. But I have served long enough to watch the council struggle with decisions that are tens of thousands of dollars of cuts. And I think that this will be difficult. With 17% inflation and only a 4% tax increase since the last time we had a tax increase. This is modest in comparison with the growth in wages, the growth in housing costs. So I think that this is a reasonable proposal in terms of tax policy. There is a proposal in Montpelier to address the property tax, and that would be helpful to all of us. As Councilor Carpenter just said, 70% of our taxes are through the education fund. A big portion of the tax increase there is due to needing additional bonding to build a school that nobody else in the state had to build. But I'll leave it at that. I am supportive, and I think that even though I agree with Councilor Jang that our top priority is educating our students, I also hear from the parents of those students that their number one priority is public safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. We'll go back to Councilor Jang, and then we're going to go to a vote.
Thank you.
If I could get in after Councilor
Of
Jang,
course.
please?
Sure, right after. My
Thank you.
apologies. Go ahead.
Yep. So anyway, I think it just reminded me of an event that I attended just yesterday. Over 30 people showed up in the New North End to meet a candidate. And I think the number one priority, including parents, right? Even students were there. The number one priority that I have heard from the people over and over, and it's been 6 years that I'm here, that affordability is a big problem in Burlington. I think what we're trying to solve here is a decision that we made in 2020. And I think that cost of that decision, the consequences of our decision is now starting to catch up on us, right? But if we have two competing priorities, which is educating our students, building the high school of a 21st century for them, and at the same time trying to provide a level of community safety, which is greater than public safety, where do we need to put our bucks? Which one do we need to choose? And from my perspective, it has been very clear. The future generation, including climate change, the future generation, including the education of the future generation of the city, I think should be something that we need to prioritize. Things have been adding up for quite some time, and it has impacted many people, right? And let's think about this as we deliberate, as we move forward in 2025. I'll be supporting to put this on the ballot, but I'm not endorsing any tax increases to the taxpayers other than educating the children for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. We'll go to Councilor Grant.
Thank you. So yes, affordability is a huge issue. Vermont has some of the highest tax rates on our residents in the country. And I am loath, especially with the tax increase on the education side that is coming, because we are having to pay for expenses that with regards to the new high school that quite frankly should have somehow come from the state or the federal government. Like the fact that our school district has had to assume so much of this expenses for a school that was essentially poisoned is a really huge issue. Now, having said that, with regards to using the full funding up to 77 officers, we have to be very careful what we say, because we don't want to make false promises to the public. There's a reason 77 is being used, and that is because even though we put this plan in place, we've increased the salaries, retention bonuses, sign-on bonuses, etc. We've done that, got this awesome contract. We had some great progress last year, but we only have one person going into the academy this year. We just lost a lateral transfer, possibly because of housing. They were having to live over in Plattsburgh. So we are not at the pace that is what we would have wanted to see. So we can say, yes, we can go up to 87, but we're not building back at that rate. So we have to understand what that means. So 77 is kind of saying that this is what we would be able to do in the next fiscal year. Community safety is something very different now. Oh, quick update in the report. It's not community service liaisons. The position's actually community support liaisons. We're doing something really innovative here in Burlington. The way we are thinking about community safety and how it's including all these other positions that we need desperately to deal with mental health issues. And then also we need to be really beefing up harm reduction and different types of services that deal with the drug crisis. So I would say that I would vote for this to have the flexibility and also to wait for all these other things we're doing. Like we're looking at all these fees and we're going to be looking at where we could save other money, but we're not there yet. And no way do I want to spend money on a special election. That's just horrendous and kind of defeats the purpose of trying to have this extra money. So I would be voting for it, although I would probably vote no if it was on the ballot, but I want to give people an opportunity and I want to see what the budget's going to look like when we get to the point of working on getting to the final budget and seeing where we can increase in fees, decrease in other areas. So I'll leave it at that. But don't make promises you can't keep, everyone. I mean, we have so much information about public safety. It's a huge issue. We got 77 funded because that's the pace. We can't control who's going to submit an application. We can't control if they would be qualified. We can't control if they go to the academy, they come out of the academy. We can't control if they get out of the academy and they hit the street that they'll stay. We cannot control those things. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Based on what I have heard, I think maybe we could try to give this we could try that. We could try this all at one time. Seeing no one else wanting to speak, we'll go to a vote. This is a motion to waive the reading and adopt the resolution, which would mean that this item would be placed on the town meeting day ballot. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes, and I know what you're going to say, and I'm not going to embarrass the city attorney. That motion passes. And
I will clarify for the record if you'd like me to. But I will say President Paul was correct. If it is a unanimous vote and we have a hybrid situation, we don't need to worry about a roll call. However, doing a roll call, there is no issue around that. So it's always welcome. If you want to do that, you're welcome to, but clearing the record.
Okay, so that motion passes. With that, that completes our deliberative agenda and finishes off our entire agenda. So I would ask for a motion to adjourn, made by Councilor Bergman and seconded by Councilor McGee, as always. All those in favor of the motion to adjourn, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. We're adjourned. Just to keep in mind for the public, our next meeting will be Monday, February 12th, and we will look forward to seeing you then. Have a good evening.